Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How is it going? Just trying to get everything set up here. And there's so many little technical difficulties that you have to deal with when you get just fucked by someone. Women have been dealing with this for a long time. That's a joke. But no. So the whole problem with all of this is, like simple things like having a YouTube video that you wanted to play for like the live stream or whatever to comment on. Yeah, well, those are gone. And your ability to access YouTube from your YouTube account is also gone. So I had to get like a separate YouTube account that could do this set up, and goddamn. Anyway, just minor annoyances, but not a big deal in the long run, of course not. Just things you don't think of. Like when I mentioned this one of the interviews I did, and I've done several interviews, and I'm really like tired and don't remember what I've said where, so I'll just say everything here anyway. I got in my car. This might have been on the show last night. I got in my car to pick up my kid the other day, and I went to play my music, which I had YouTube Premium, so I had a YouTube Music subscription. And the music, you can't access it. It doesn't work because the account doesn't exist anymore. And so it was like, what the fuck is this? So having to just sort out all that stuff is it's just new. It's just new, but it's not a big deal. That's the trick. It is new does not mean bad or anything like that. It's just different. And what isn't different, though, is how this show will go. This show is the same show that I've been doing and will continue to do. And this show is, my plan is to keep it growing no matter what happens. But with that said, we do have a little bit of, I guess, some updates. I don't know, nothing crazy. Just kind of wanted to tell you guys what's going on, where we are in the process of everything, and what the future, I guess, holds. And then I've got the Waukesha Parade Killer opening statements. Now, the opening statements are only from the state, the prosecution, because Darrell Brooks would go on to waive his opening statement. I guess that's what you want to do, maybe. The man should not be representing himself at all. It just shouldn't happen. I know that's like such a lawyer thing to say, well, don't do it, but he just genuinely should not. He is not in a position to handle that in any way. But we will be watching the state's opening arguments against him. What I will not subject you to is the 7 hours that it took the court to read the jury instructions. Because I don't think anybody wants to sit and watch 7 hours of jury instructions. I mean, to me, that just doesn't seem like what people want to do. He was from what I saw, he was extremely disruptive throughout the jury instructions. It made it take forever, but it was already going to take a while because he has something like 72 counts against him. So it took forever, but I have launched right forward 7 hours into the stream to where the state will start its opening argument. And that's where we'll go when we get to that spot. We'll watch through that with some commentary. And then one of two things will happen. It'll kind of depend on where we are in the timeline, I guess. We We might do some other stories, depending on how long the show already is. We might do some other stories, might end the stream and go to Twitch. Don't know, for some relaxed time, because it is Halloween. And Halloween is my favorite Twitch month because I like to do watch parties of horror movies with the chat. We watch through some good like 80s and 90s horror movies, sometimes some new ones if there's anything good, almost never. And then just have a good time. And I kind of feel like winding down would be fun, but we'll see. We'll see where we are. That said, I say that said way too much, but that said, for now, we are still streaming on Rumble and Odyssey, and that is the plan for this show. And yes, I will be resuming live coverage of the trial tomorrow morning when the trial picks up. I was not able to today for a couple reasons. One, I was on Crowder. Crowder wasn't, slacker, but I was on Crowder with Dave Landau, Quarter Black Garrett, a couple other gentlemen whose names elude me, but we're all super courteous. And we had a nice interview there. That was this morning. And then I went to go to our homeschool co-op. We homeschool, and we go to our homeschool co-op a couple Thursdays each month. So our kids get some different teaching and different classes that maybe we wouldn't think to teach. And I happen to teach one of those classes. I teach the Constitution to teenagers at our homeschool co-op. And so it's an obligation that I take pretty seriously. And so that's what I had going on today. Then, of course, I had a couple more appearances. I was on with Megan Fox for her first Rumble live stream, and it was awesome. She had like 1,600, almost 1,700 people during the stream. Then I was on with Allison Morrow and Eric Hunley over on YouTube. They had graciously invited me on to come talk about my situation for the last 20 minutes of energy I had in my life before I took a tiny nap. And then I had meetings for my kids' school activities. So here we are. We are running on empty, but that is fine. That is how good work is done, in my opinion. But we will resume the trial tomorrow, and we should be right in there. And I think that's the trial is going to get very interesting as we get examination from the state and then cross-examination from Brooks. And his objections are probably going to be completely horrifying. And, who knows what may happen with any of these witnesses. If he treats them rudely or improperly, this judge seems ready to snap at him, which, I mean, probably should. She really probably should determine him to be incompetent and appoint counsel because, he's just not, like, the man's going to prison. The question is he getting a fair trial, and is he preserving his objections for appeal? And the answer is no. No. But yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow. And that'll be on Rumble and Odyssey as well. And also, as a final housekeeping thing, just a reminder that we have 10,000 people already. We're just getting started. Oh my goodness, let's go. Just as a reminder, a new feature I have added sort of to the live stream process is on Locals. On my Locals community, if you are a Locals subscriber, you can join the Locals live chat as well. And that is its own exclusive live chat area, and you can interact with other people from the Locals community. It's like its own little mini bubbling cauldron of beautiful depravity. And I would welcome any of you to come check it out. But that is a paid feature of Locals to participate in that chat. If you want to check it out, please do. But I encourage everybody, because the bans, they come from nowhere. I encourage everybody to just follow me on Locals with no cost, just to make sure you always have access to any announcements that I have for streams and stuff like that. I was not on top of announcing streams today because I was mobile so much. And I'm very sorry about that, but I do try to announce on Locals every stream that I'm doing. If it's a guest appearance or whatever, that's all still true. Okay. Other stuff coming up. I'm not sure on timelines on any of this stuff, and my brain is a complete blur. But next week, at least, I want to get into this lawsuit filed by Ariadna Jacobs, I think is her name, against Taylor Lorenz. Ariadna has been on a couple of my friends' channels, and she has sued Taylor Lorenz. And I believe just yesterday they filed an amended complaint against Taylor Lorenz, and it was done by the Dillon Law Group, Harmeet Dillon, and also Ron Coleman is part of that law group as well. I have not gotten a chance to read it, but I know they're a top tier law firm, and it's time to show the Washington Post for what they are, a bunch of fucking liars. And so hopefully that gets some traction, and we'll be reviewing that complaint. And I may get Ariadna on Ariadna. I think there's a D in there. That was not a trans joke. You stop it, chat. You are not allowed to think like that. No, I think her name has a D in it. I will be looking to maybe interview her very soon, because what she has gone through is absolutely insane. I mean, the allegations are defamation that destroyed an extremely successful career as a social media agent. So, we'll probably I'll be looking to have her on very, very soon. And there will be some other guests coming as well, other topics. I've got a backlog of things I've been kind of saving up. Another thing to watch for on the Rumble channel and the Odyssey channel, once I kind of get into the swing of things, will be, I talked to my editor today, who, guys, I know I fire Ryan, the editor, like every 2 days, but you got to understand, this guy's like, hey man, if you need me to cool down while this stuff is going, and not edit as much or whatever, he's sitting here worried about me. Like, the guy is worried about me and my family. And it was like the nicest thing he could have said. But I said, no way, man, we're going to start making more content, and that stuff's going to get loaded up to Rumble and Odyssey, and we're going to make that happen on shorter content in addition to live streams. So it was always kind of part of the plan to ramp up shorter content, and now we're going to get doing that here on these platforms as soon as we can. As soon as we get like a work rhythm going, it's going to be going. So this is full throttle, I guess. Is that full throttle? Full throttle grift. And we're gonna see what these platforms can do, and we're gonna see who we can attract to the platform and attract to the channel. I'm not gonna say that said. With that, let me give you that status update, and then we're gonna hit some super chats. Then we're gonna go into it. Right now, everything is still completely up in the air. Everything is still in process. I am still appealing all of the strikes on my channel. I believe I have this narrowed down to an actual 3-strike removal with basic. I'm almost 100% certain that that's what this is, which has some really good news to it. 3 strikes means defeating any of those strikes should restore the channel completely. It also means this was not like a YouTube important person going, that needs to go. This is part of their strike process, which is a functional part of YouTube. Like, oh, you get the 3 strikes within this period, it's done. And it's done. It's not like a special thing. So with that, appealing any of those successfully should merit the result of returning the channel to functionality. Whether that will happen, I don't know, but that is the current strategy. That is not the only strategy. And today I was hooked up with a resource that I'll be talking to in the very near future, who has quite a bit of experience in dealing with this type of stuff, and really adjacent to my issue. And that will be the next step and it's a bigger step, but it's maybe what's necessary. But that's the plan on YouTube. Now, why, guys, why go back to YouTube, you say? Like, why would you do this? Why you do this? You got Rumble, you got Odyssey, you don't need YouTube. And I agree. But we've got two important things. That was mine. I made it. I built it. I worked my ass off for it. And if I can get it back just to frame the fact that I have it back, of course I will. But two, YouTube is useful even if I never ever stream to it again, for the sole purpose of grabbing a bunch of people who are stuck on these major platforms and bringing them into Rumble, Odyssey, and places like this where freedom exists. And these are freedom-loving people who are free speech people who challenge and engage ideas rather than try to shut them down, but they don't have incentive to come to these other platforms. And that is the benefit of maintaining some sort of presence. But I'm pretty sure that I'll be here, because I would have a lot of trouble asking for people to put money through YouTube. But I'll take their advertisers' money all day, and I'll exploit the reach of YouTube all day. So that's the current plan. That's where we're at on this stuff. I always want to keep you guys informed. And wait, did someone say Joe got a strike? But I always want to keep you guys informed and abreast of what's going on. Wait a minute. Did this man get a strike? Is that true? Let's see. Where the fuck? Anyway, that's the current status, current plan. That's what's going on. And oh, Joe just said he did not get a strike. My chat said you did. The chat is a lie. Okay, anyway. All right. There we go. Yes, someone in the locals chat said, did Uncivil say anything about Nick? Yes, Uncivil has been very, very supportive. He's been texting me, making sure I'm okay, checks in actually quite a lot. And guys, I want to express that I am okay, doing very well. Of course, there are times where I'm frustrated with what has happened, but so what? Like, ultimately, everything will be just fine. And that's good. But my mental health is in a good place, except for the fact that I'm just like, I'm crazy in general, but I'm also just tired. But no, I am doing really well. And so many of you have reached out and said, hey, is everything going okay? It absolutely is. So thank you for checking in, but everything is going great. And I think that's about it. I will, depending on how things develop, I will, and what steps may need to be taken in, going forward with YouTube. I will keep you guys abreast of that. I hope no extra steps are needed, but, oh, fucking fly. These flies, man. But if they are, I'll let you guys know what's going on. Stupid fly. Okay, there we go. All right, let's hit some of these super chats. Let's get into this hearing, and let's make this damn law show happen. And then let's yell at some people and laugh and have some fun stuff. But that seems like a good plan to me. Speaking of good plans, Mike Svoboda with a large Rumble rant says, I'll see your $2 and raise you this M4A now, but only for my lols. Thank you. Ronan Sonic says, late and banned. What the fuck knows? We need to start bribing lady rackets to slip a blow in your drinks. Yeah, just Just drop some Coke in there, honey. It's fine. Just do that. Just hit me. No, no, I was actually, I was up hanging out with her. And then when I came downstairs to get everything going, I realized, oh shit, I have to actually get some stuff set up so I can do the show that I want to do. The Pie Baker says, Pope brackets, I seek repentance. Many times I was tempted to subscribe to the heretical order of YouTube Premium on multiple occasions. And each time the heretic struck the late and gay savior, Pope brackets the first. I fear that in my moment of weakness, thy late and gay name became a martyr in my stead. Well, unfortunately, that may be true, but martyrs get all the poon in Allah land, I guess. So it's fine. Don't even worry. Just rate me Islamic. Oh, also, not my personal army, but I have a request. I'm going to mobilize you guys in an organized harassment campaign because I am accused of Taylor Lorenz, you whore, has accused me of starting Gamergate style harassment campaigns, something I have never, ever, ever done. Well, actually, I guess that may be true because almost all of those were complete bullshit too. But I have never, ever done it. So now that I'm credibly accused of doing that, I'm going to do it. And I'm going to ask you to harass that plus button down below the video. The plus minus thing, click that plus, raise up those rumbles. That helps get this show prominence on the front page of Rumble. It puts us on the leaderboard, and we're going to assault the shit out of this platform with some positivity. Or I guess rate it negative if you think it's garbage. You can do that too. But if you do, Keffels will send you nudes. Think about that. Think about that. So but seriously, if you do feel like it, like we always talk about likes on YouTube, we're like, oh, this really helps out. And it does, but it's not tangible. Rumble has a top 50 leaderboard every single day. And it's based, I believe, in large part on who clicked on those pluses and the number of pluses that people put on videos. That is direct impact to getting videos featured and getting channels featured. So please help out with that. If you feel like it really does actually tangibly help here in a way that you can see and measure. So I will shamelessly grift that as much as possible. Oh shit, I'm not checking these off. Hold on. I'm not checking these off. Legal Vices says, trust me, nobody wants to watch 7 hours of jury instructions. Nobody. Dude, I heard you were streaming it. Legal Vices invited me on, and I just did not have a good place to join him for that stream. And Jeff, I apologize. I really wish I could have done that, but I was just on the move all morning, and then teaching, and I did. Megan had asked me early on to pop into her stream, and so I also had that, but like I would not have had time to sit and comment on a trial or anything like that. But hopefully we can work on that in the near future as well. And you'd be invited on tomorrow's show if you want to pop in over here. I mean, you're welcome to, but that's up to you. Alt Lag says, hey Nick, I've been paying for membership at both Locals and YouTube because I like laughing with you at Internet Spurgery. Now Rumble gets to take a cut from this year's worth of membership fees. You deserve the tip. Oh, thank you, Alt Lag, but I hope I deserve more than just the tip. Thank you for that. It's much appreciated. Topher John says, take my money because I love you and so many others love you too. Chris in Knoxville, sign up for Nick's Locals, you faggots. Oh my goodness. Wow. I forgot you could say that stuff in the Rumble rant itself. Amazing. Amazing. What a freedom platform. Scared Wolf says, drinking Angel's Envy finished rye and only heard about your ban from the quartering. Can I get a toast to YouTube? May they one day be as irrelevant as they already should be. Absolutely. We can toast to that. And by the way, guys, I know Wait a minute. When I said the F slur, viewership dropped dramatically. I wonder if that was like a glitch on Rumble or if everybody's really pissed off. Okay. Well, this show will have unkind, uncouth language pretty much every episode because freedom, baby. But so many people, again, so many people have reached out, like publicly, privately. Jeremy Hambley is an absolute bro today. Very awesome. Yellow Flash, that umbrella guy. You know, I'm gonna miss a whole lot of people. Uncivil Law, Nate the Lawyer, Legal Mindset, Legal Vices, Fair and Balanced, Megan Fox, Allison Morrow, Eric Hunley, Brandon Herrera, reaching out. Anything I can do to help, anything I can do. Sargon, Heel versus Babyface, which, by the way, we may be doing a painting stream next week. I'll keep you posted on that and the timing of that. Shit, who else? Geeks and Gamers Squad, like complete bros as well. Guys, do you remember Kendra Paris? If you got to be OG on the channel to remember Kendra. She's a Florida lawyer who fights against red flag laws and does red flag defense. It was and I interviewed her a long time ago, and then I haven't really gotten hooked back up to talk to her. Even she reached out and was like, "Hey, what's happening to you is crazy town," which was really cool to see. People, and I've had lawyers from Minnesota like reaching out, like, "Hey, this is BS, man." So like the support has been overwhelming. Viva, I guess. I'm just kidding. Viva's one of the first people to message me as well. Everybody has been up on it, and it's really been great. So thank you. Yeah, I saw like Sitch and Adam did a show on it. Andrea Burkhart also completely broed out on Twitter and was telling people to pop over here, pop over to locals. Yeah, it's been amazing. There's a sea change happening right now. I think not like literally right now, but in this time frame. It started before my stuff and it's going to go past my stuff. But there's a sea change on the ostracism that being banned from social media brings. And I think these companies are going to maybe start realizing what they're actually doing to themselves, because what's being built around YouTube and Twitter are places where we don't need them anymore. And so let me be clear. I don't think we're quite there yet. There's work to be done. We got to grab more people with hook or by crook and get them enlightened on this stuff. But you can't just silence people. Look at Kiwi Farms. They did everything to shut down Kiwi Farms. They have done everything. They've called everybody. They've threatened to dox, harass, bully, whatever, anyone for offering any service to Kiwi Farms. Got them shut down. Big glorious victory. 3 weeks later, kiwifarms.net exists and is fully accessible on every browser. No Tor and dark web bullshit. None of this extra work. It's back at the exact same spot because the internet isn't robust, but internet users are, and they're getting fucking tired of this. And so people are rallying in support. People are creating spaces that will amplify the voices of people that the mainstream or whatever desperately want to silence. Dangerous ideas. Someone, I think it was on Kiwi Farms that I saw this. They had a really good line. I don't know if it was theirs or if they ripped it off from someone that they raped, because Kiwi Farms rapists, obviously. The line was, "No one needs to censor unpopular speech. They always censor popular speech because it terrifies them." And that's the truth. They're not censoring stuff that's unpopular to people. They're censoring stuff that is wildly appealing to large groups. And they go, This challenges the narrative that we want to push through. This challenges us. And so I must suppress that. But the people are behind these ideas. And that's what's scary. That's what's scary. And since people are behind these ideas, people are ready to build space to host them. And then those spaces will grow and be bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'm here for it, man. I'm here for the ride. Oh shit. To YouTube. Your days of impact and influence will dwindle consistently until they are as watered down as every other competitor that you've been holding back with gobs of money for a very long time. Money can buy you time, but it can't buy away dedicated competition. May you enjoy the day when you become irrelevant while the rest of the world becomes important. Let's see. What do we got? Chef Elf 1 says love and support from Arizona. Free Rekieta Law. And yes, by the way, Free Rekieta Law is such an awesome trending tag on Twitter. I love it. It's really helpful. Whoever misspelled my name on that, though? It's IE. It's IE, damn it. K to the Swiss says, my question is, Nick, is your dick hard and your masculinity intact? Heartfelt. I don't mind that my audience went to go watch another streamer. I'm sitting here at home writing. My dick is hard and my manhood is intact. Yes. And just like that was a joke, obviously. But to that point, though, to that point, oh, wait, does the Rumble app have like a thumbs up, thumbs down? It's a plus minus on mine. To that point, some people have expressed some frustration, I guess, over like how people are utilizing my ban as like a grift, like they're streaming or they're doing videos. Let me put my official statement on this. If you're not grifting off my demise, then I don't know you. Like Jesus, get thee behind me, Satan. Like if you are not grifting off of this, who are you? You can't be my friend if you're not trying to boost off of it. So Jesus, watch the videos, enjoy it. I go on these streams when I can, when people invite me and they're like not afraid. Like I tell them like, well, I don't know if having me on the channel is dangerous or whatever. I'm happy to go on shows, but I also am fully happy to see people make videos about it, get a ton of views, spread the word, man, and get that butt. Get that butt. Illuminatus 2683 says Brooks crossed his ex's friend. The judge and the DA had to save him from wrecking himself multiple times. Worth the watch. She was the last witness today. Doesn't need read on stream. Oh, well, it got read on stream because it did. The Title Guardian says, can you roast those weirdos on Twitter gloating about your Trump bans about your bans in Trump voice for this humble owl? Pretty please. Look, I've heard a little bit about people out on this platform, I guess, called Twitter. I've seen many of them very large, unshapely, unseemly, surprised any platform can hold them, frankly. And they're out there, they're gloating, they're laughing, they're using words. They're not very good words. They're adequate, maybe at best. On a good day, they're adequate. But usually they're actually very, very subpar words. And I'm a little bit of an expert in this field. but I'm seeing them gloating, and I'm over here and I'm like, well, I'm not quite sure what you're after, but you do you, I guess, because no one else will. There you go. Jaster 002. Only issue I have with Rumble so far is that it does not automatically start the stream when you do. When waiting, I have to refresh the window to start the stream. Yes, that's one thing that I hope they fix soon. I think they just added pinned comments in the comment section, so we'll be utilizing that soon. Seamus Longbottom. Seamus Longbottom says, Nick, love your content. Sorry about the YouTube bullshit. Have you ever tried Old Forester 1897? No, I've only had Old Forester 1920. But I like Old Forester in general. It's good stuff. So I hope it's good. I hope your version's good. M4A Now says, hey, Mike Svoboda, it is actually my birthday for the next hour and 17 minutes, and I will not have my name be drugged through the mud and my donation challenged. He one-upped Mike Svoboda. Damn. Cold. SC Medic 71. Hey, Rackets, hate that it happened, but your wrecking crew has your back anytime, anywhere. Well, I'm glad that they do, and I hope to add to it. Okay, one more for now, and then we will move into this trial stuff. And everybody will want to leave, probably. Angrist, James O'Keefe. By the way, speaking of other people being complete bros, James O'Keefe even reached out on this one. So that was awesome, too. I can't believe I forgot to mention him. I'm just going to name drop everybody. James O'Keefe mentioned the ban. And I said it was his fault and he owed me millions of dollars because they put my video up on Project Veritas, which put me on the list. Put me on the wall, so to speak. So that was really awesome. But it says James O'Keefe has a wall that he puts journalists on, and then he sends them an alpaca. You should dedicate a wall in your new studio to shaming internet weirdos, then send them a Baldo. That'd be good. That'd be good. Great Loner says, may the following people die by spontaneous combustion. Oh my goodness. Lucas Roberts, Taylor Lorenz, Ron Soye, Victoria Kundert, D.A. Talks, Rage Pig Ethan Ralph, all the fat whales and Kick Vic, and every single flagging faggot on the internet. Wow. I don't know if there's a rule against that, but if there is, it just got broken. Look, it's just spontaneous combustion, though. Like, it just happens. All right. Here we go. Let's see. Where are we? Here. Oh, State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks. Let me get these on. Oh, Elijah Schaefer, of course, reached out as well. He actually invited me to stream with him on Locals today, but I just wasn't able to because of all the activities and the very short nap that I got. I just didn't have time. But we'll be doing a show with Elijah at some point. Avery Van says you're better than this. Are you talking to me? Better than what? I don't know. But that also, I doubt it. Okay, I'm hoping that we get that the volume's okay on this. Oh, let's get this up. Cucks. Yeah, well, I didn't think I needed to mention like Krigler and Dick Masterson since they were on the show last night, along with Yellow Flash was too, but very briefly. But yeah, Krigler, Dick Masterson, everybody. People I didn't think would reach out. People you wouldn't really know, but they did too. So here we go.
Started off normal. There were dance teams.
Wait.
We're bundling up and going down in November.
So go ahead. The
Here we go.
Present its opening statement.
Just a hair off. Oh, and real quick, guys, a big shout out. There's a returning super fan. Guys, this last thing, I just want to shout out this super fan. They have not been around for years, and I have missed them greatly. As you guys may know, there is actually a law called the Americans with Disabilities Act. And when you have the Americans with Disabilities Act, even hits social media. And people may not realize this, but this is a really important thing. So when you start to stream and you get monetized as a streamer, you actually get flagged down by a local law enforcement official, and they say, okay, here we go. We're with the ADA Enforcement Division. They have these in every single town. And we're not here to enforce anything on you yet. What we're here to do is help proactively keep our enforcement at bay. We're here to help you help yourself. And so what you need to do is you have to find a retard. And when you find the retard, you have to let them in your chat, and you have to let them say a bunch of stupid stuff and make themselves into complete fools. You may even have to let the chat know that they're very dangerous because they like to have sex with watermelons on video and stuff like that. Because, like, look, they can't help it. They're just retarded. And so I didn't know what I was going to do because I lost mine for a long time. But he's back. Ladies and gentlemen, he is back. The Americans with Disability Act Enforcement Division will no longer be bothering me because Montegraph is in the chat. Everybody give a big round of applause. Always broadcasting from like a TJ Maxx dressing room. Montegraph, who loves sweaty sausage. I'm not sure why that's his thing, but that's what he loves to do. He's here though. He's in the chat, and he will be dropping. He will be dropping that, like, it's like one of those guys like that. They're mentally like deficient, so they run around, they just masturbate on stuff. Like that's what he does, but with emails and chats and stupid weird spurging and videos. So watch out, cover your hair just in case, because he likes to spray when he can, and just laugh at him. But that's in the law too. Like it's kind of like a jester, but more cruel. So just a big shout out to Monty. Welcome back, you lovable little retard. Oh, and guys, don't let anybody fool you. Like Monograph was instrumental in Benghazi. He's a super CIA agent. He's the smartest guy ever. I mean, he can't seem to do anything to anybody, but he is there, and he truly is. I mean, he'll tell you all about it. He'll tell you all about the stuff that he's involved in, that he prevented or started, how he influenced major American news networks just by his mere charismatic presence. It's all documented. Woo! Okay. Here we go. Wait a minute. I mean, who could deny the meme smith, the mastermind behind this banger meme right here? This is Montegraph has done it. This is what did me. Montegraph made this like 3 years ago or whatever. And this is what he finally did me in on YouTube right here. Nikki, head counsel for the Sweaty Sausage Squad. I will bend over forwards for your business. The back door is always open. Oh, yeah. Montegraph, the problem you have is that I was saying that long before you came around. Okay. Aunt Debbie, Darrell Brooks trial is a circus. Barnes has been all over Twitter about the ban. Yes, Barnes has been an absolute bro too. So many people just, and they're doing the best thing for me, which is tell people, go to locals, go to Rumble, go to Odyssey. Mr. Pig 3804. Hey, Nick made a statement some damn place on locals or Rumble. Old guy still confused. I'm retired LEO, lots of health issues. You're one of very few bright moments in my life. Keep on keeping on. Well, Mr. Pig, thank you for being a servant to your community, and also for any dogs you may have shot. No, I'm joking. That's an LEO joke. But no, seriously, thank you for hanging out. And I hope your mental health issues bring you less and less trouble in your life, and that you find some peace from those. And thanks for the support, buddy. Here we go. Let's do it.
Windy Sunday afternoon in November.
Okay, I am going to turn this up a little bit. I got to be kind of careful. I think I had it up too high the other day. So we'll try it around here.
Thousands of people were bundling up and going downtown to watch the annual Waukesha Christmas Parade. The event started off normal. There were dance teams, high school marching bands, local community groups, local businesses, all making their way down the parade route. The streets were lined with friends and family members and neighbors, people there to soak up the atmosphere. Kids ran into the street to grab candy from people who were throwing it from the parades. It sounds corny, but I think you'll see from the videos, there was a true sense of joy in the air.
Okay, so he's taking a very sympathetic approach.
Darrell Brooks killed that joy.
I'm not sure it's
replaced it with
necessary
terror,
with this
trauma, and death. The evidence is going to show that Mr. Brooks left behind a trail of carnage and chaos as he made his way down Main Street through the parade route. The evidence will show that he left that crime scene, created that crime scene, in fact, because he was fleeing from another one where he had laid his hands on a woman.
Oh, like a
and
paladin.
Where police involvement became inevitable.
Oh, wait, no, not like a paladin.
So as he careened down Main Street, swerving from curb to curb, hands glued to the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the road in front of him with a silent rage on his face.
What is it? Is it too loud? How is the audio? How is the audio on this? Because just a brief note about trial streaming audio. When you use StreamYard, they have a back-end audio processor to auto balance levels, and it's awful. And I don't have any control over it. So I have to kind of like fiddle around on the front end and see if it works. But it's really tough because I don't hear what you guys hear. I hear what my computer plays, and I hear my monitor through my mic interface, which plays into my headphones too. So I can hear me and I can hear the audio on the computer and balance it out. But StreamYard has a different protocol to balance things before it sends it to you. So I'm trying to make sure it's down, just down a little bit. We'll do down just a little bit. We'll do that, which is about 10%. We'll try that out. And if that doesn't work, I'm not changing anything else.
He hit the gas with his red Ford Escape and used it as a battering ram over and over again, striking men, women, and kids. In the end, Mr. Brooks killed 6 people. He injured dozens more and left a permanent scar on this community. We are going to present evidence to you over the next several days in chronological phases, in order of events, from start to end. I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to lay out for you the table of contents to this story. We're going to set the scene with Sergeant Dave Warner from the City of Waukesha Police Department. Sergeant Warner was the highest-ranking police official working at the parade that day. He was the incident commander for the Waukesha Christmas Parade, and we are going to, with Sergeant Warner's help, take you through this, which is the first of 3 maps that we will refer to repeatedly throughout this trial.
3 maps?
This map depicts the area that we're going to be talking about over the next couple of days.
That's what they meant.
The parade route.
Thought they meant
now,
monograph.
for those of you not entirely familiar with downtown Waukesha, this is going to look like a bunch of gibberish, but once we get going and we repeatedly refer to these street names and the business names and the groups that were involved in this parade, I think it'll become like a second language to you. Sergeant Warner will describe for you how the parade route ran from, if you look closely at the screens in front of you, the intersection of Main Street and White Rock Avenue. White Rock was a staging area for the parade groups and floats.
White Rock.
And they
very
made their way
racist.
southeast on White Rock until they came to Main Street, and then they would make a right turn and head southeast down Main Street through the parade route until the very end as it wraps around to the south and runs into Wisconsin Avenue. The parade route then would continue to the east, making a left-hand turn on Wisconsin, but nothing really happens on Wisconsin Avenue. You're not going to hear any testimony about that.
Nothing ever happens.
As you can
on
see from this
Wisconsin
map,
Avenue.
it depicts
This is
or
Chinatown.
represents each intersection where a squad car or a police officer was stationed. They're denoted by the little badge shields in the intersections. If you look closely, you can see little red lines, and Sergeant Warner will describe how those represent the barricades that were placed at each intersection for security and safety purposes. Once we've got that established, we're going to move into the first chapter of this story, and you're going to hear about the origin of Mr. Brooks' rage that day. A violent domestic argument with Erica Patterson, his former girlfriend and the mother of his child. Erica Patterson is going to testify either today or tomorrow, hopefully today. She's going to tell you that in November of 2021, she was staying at the Women's Center, which is a shelter here in Waukesha. And on the day in question, November 21st of 2021, the defendant showed up in Waukesha in his red Ford Escape that she knew he drove.
He traveled.
And he argued with her. And he harassed her. And he punched her in the face. And the thing about a swollen eye is it's tough to fake.
Unless you're Amber Heard. Damn.
You're going to hear evidence about how after...
That sucks.
Well, let me back up. You're going to hear evidence about how the defendant took Erica Patterson all over town that afternoon. From Frame Park, across the river, up Barstow Hill, back down to Frame Park. And at some point, after she was struck, after she sustained that injury, Erica called her friends because she needed help. And she had no one else to call. One of those friends is Corey Runkle. You're going to hear from Corey on the witness stand in this trial.
Corey's going
to say that she was Erica's roommate at the Women's Center. She had known Erica for a few weeks and they had grown close. And when she got the call from Erica that Erica needed help, Corey immediately responded to help. And she ended up finding Erica and Darrell Brooks in front of the White Rock School. If we go back, the White Rock School is on White Rock Avenue. It's on near the top right portion of the map. It's just south of Frame Park. And Corey is going to talk about how she found Erica and the defendant at this location, and she got into both a physical and a verbal altercation with Mr. Brooks. That altercation is captured on surveillance video.
Oh, no.
2 surveillance videos, actually. You're going to see both of them. You're going to see how the defendant was reacting that day. You're going to see what he looked like, what he was wearing, the red Ford Escape that he was driving. You're going to see how the defendant reacted once Erica's friends showed up and he lost his physical advantage over a woman. Erica and Corey will also testify that at some point during this scuffle, the police were called. And you're going to see a separate video, a squad video from the responding officer that shows just down the block, there was a marked squad car with its lights flashing, marking the entrance to the parade. Something that people in front of White Rock School would have seen. So the evidence is going to show that the defendant must have known once things got loud and once there was more than just him and Erica on scene, the police were going to show up. So he took the coward's way out. You're going to see him in the video get into the driver's seat of that red SUV. Corey and Erica will tell you that no one else was in the car. And you're going to see him pull off on White Rock towards Main Street.
Okay.
You're going to hear from law enforcement officers who were positioned along the parade route. The officers who made their initial contact with the defendant, the first ones who tried to stop him. And the first one is Detective Tom Casey, the lead detective in this case. He's sitting at the state's prosecution table right behind me. He's going to tell you that he was working that day as security for the parade. He was working at Main and White Rock. He's the first law enforcement officer to come into contact with the defendant during this incident, face to face, or I think better describe it as face to windshield. He tried to stop the defendant, but there's only so much a man can do against an SUV.
I mean,
But he's going to tell you that he got so close, he got such a good look at Darrell Brooks's face that from that witness stand, he'll be able to say to you definitively, Darrell Brooks, the man in orange on the video screen, is the man who was driving the red SUV in this case. You're going to hear from a few more officers. Officer Bryce Butcher and Officer Sonia Schneider. They were positioned at the intersection of Main Street and East Avenue. Just a
Okay, real briefly, just to take a quick pause and talk about what's going on. I mean, they have to tell the story in their opening arguments, but big part of the opening argument strategy is to lay out an expectation for what you're going to hear as the case, because jurors have to sit through all of this stuff. They just had to sit through 7 hours of jury instructions before this even got started. So they might be tuning out, and at any point in any day, they might be tuning out or tuning in. So what you have to do as an effective litigator is to find opportunities to maximize the amount of exposure of important things for the jury. And your opening is really important because it's the first exposure they really get to you as a litigator. And if you guys don't know this, people tend to make judgments about people within the first 10 seconds or so of meeting them, of hearing them talk. And those judgments create a prejudice that can be overcome with personal interaction, negatively or positively, but is often pretty sticky in casual social encounters or even pseudo relationships. You see this a lot in teaching, for example. People determine whether a teacher is a good teacher or a bad teacher within 10 seconds of watching them teach. And they'll hold that determination unless they develop a personal relationship with the teacher. They'll hold the good teacher, bad teacher determination from that initial encounter, no matter the quality of the teaching that actually occurs. It's just how we perceive and categorize people very, very quickly. Most people that we encounter will be a short encounter with an assessment of danger from from an evolutionary perspective, all the way up to potential mate. So our brain categorizes these things out really quickly. And this is critical to know when you're dealing with a jury who you will not get to build a personal relationship except by your in-court presence. As an attorney, you need to develop trust and rapport with the jury as fast as possible. They have to rely on you. They have to believe that you're giving them accuracy and important information. They have to believe that you believe what you say, and you have to establish that trust. So what you want to do at the beginning of the case is lay down the foundation for why they are having to sit here for hours and hours and hours, days and days and days at a time, and why they should listen to you for all of it. So you're going to tell them, yeah, the kind of the emotional story plays into it, but really, here's what I'm going to tell you. Test my trust. I'm going to tell you about this thing and this thing and this thing. I'm going to bring this person and this person and this person who saw all of this. And so that's critically important. The other thing that's important is they still have elements of this crime to prove in court on the record. So they need to get on the record a credible amount of people to say, this is the guy behind the wheel. I saw him get in the car and start driving. No one else got in it. I grabbed onto the side of the door as he was getting close to the parade, and I looked him in the eyes, and then he kept going and then moved on. When we stopped him, this is the guy we pulled out of the SUV. This is the guy who was in the driver's seat. You have to lay out the facts to establish the elements of the crime. They have to prove that Darrell Brooks was in the car. They have to prove that Darrell Brooks was in control of the car. If they want to get intentional homicide, they have to prove that Darrell Brooks intentionally drove that car into people intending for them to die, not just intending to cause harm. If you want to get that top level intentional homicide. So they have to do all this, even though we all know Darrell Brooks was the guy in the car driving it and runs over kids and women. We know that happened because we saw the video. We saw them pulling him out of the car. We know he's the guy they arrested. They have to put it down on the record. And so this is his ability to establish that trust and also say, and I need you to trust me enough to realize that I'm telling you what I'm going to show you and I'm going to follow through on it. It's a critical element of just general rapport and credibility that needs to be brought up. with that said, I do think there's one more thing I have to do before we get too far into this thing. Speaking of getting too far into things, some of you out there may have deposited money into oh, damn it, may have deposited money into a 401k or an IRA in some vain attempt to plan for your future, not knowing, of course, that Joe Biden would get elected and aim to destroy all of that through inflation, not knowing that markets would swing up and down on the whimsy of oil cartels, tech billionaires, or really any little Greta Thunberg with a beef with the climate, not knowing that your life's work and life savings could be subject to any of these things. You probably just have some sort of paper asset. But that's where this show's sponsor, Birch Gold, comes in. The Birch Gold Group offers a way for you to hold physical assets in your 401k or IRA. They allow you to basically use the existing dollars that you have to purchase gold and silver that is held. These assets tend to resist market volatility for a number of factors better than other assets. And that's the point of this, is to show people that they have options to diversify their portfolio and add this as yet another tool in the toolbox to make sure you're ready for retirement. And these physical assets are typically a hedge against inflation and volatility. That's the idea. I'm not the guy, and these guys don't seem to be the guys to be like, oh yeah, gold's going to skyrocket. Just wait, just one more month, and then gold will be twice as much as it is now. If that type of growth in gold is happening, we've got real problems going on, and that's not the pitch here. It's always possible, but generally speaking, that's not the situation we want to be in. But these guys are here to help with it. All you have to do is go to birchgold.com/knows and click on one of these green buttons, and they'll get you some information about it. They're the experts. They could tell you about it. I can't. I used to do investments and work for a brokerage firm, but I don't anymore. Don't have license to talk about it in any meaningful way. And I don't give financial advice anyway, because my financial advice would involve buying paintings or whatever. But yeah, so contact them if that's something you're into. If not, perfectly fine. But it really does help me out if you just click that little button, get their information, see if it's right for you. It's not right for everybody. And that's a key. And if it's not right for you, definitely don't do it. But if it is, it's an option. They'll also let you buy regular gold as well. Like with non-retirement assets, you can just buy coins and have them shipped to you and stuff like that. And then the final thing I will say is this. I don't take a lot of sponsorships, but I do take sponsorships from companies that seem to have a well-established product. And most importantly, do not limit speech. They don't tell me what to say. They don't tell me what to do. And most importantly, they don't tell me what not to say. And that was really cool and really heartening to hear from them, because I was like, all right, here's a list of 48 slurs that I will go through at 12 words per minute. But they didn't say anything about all of my insults or anything like that. So they seem to be cool. Check them out and see if they're the right company for you. Or if you just want to click the link and help a brother out, you can do that too. And maybe you'll find something interesting. I don't know. Thanks for humoring today's sponsor, which is Birch Gold Group. Now back to Law and Cucks for the trial.
A little bit further south west in that map, you're going to hear them describe how they saw this red SUV approaching. They quickly realized it was not part of the parade. They quickly realized this was a problem. There are people, children in the street, lining the street. And so they jumped into action. They tried to stop it. As the SUV started barreling towards them, Officer Buttrin again tried to get in the way. He put himself at risk trying to get in front of the vehicle.
We can watch She-Hulk. Not even the Hulk
Officer
can stop
Schneider tried to redirect the vehicle up Buckley Street, making a right-hand turn. She'll tell you, and you'll see in the video, there was room. There was space. She couldn't do it. The defendant blew past her. And that's when the screams in the police radio start. You're going to hear from Jim Hawkinson, the battalion chief for the Waukesha Fire Department. He's going to tell you about the massive scope of the emergency response to this tragedy. He was in charge of the fire department that day. He's going to tell you about all of the units that had to respond to the scene, the massive amount of resources needed to triage and treat and transport all the victims. He's going to tell you about the response from other communities in Southeast Wisconsin, the mutual aid call that went out, and all the other communities that came to help out. He's going to tell you about how Waukesha Memorial Hospital, just up the hill from the parade route, quickly reached capacity. And so everybody had to be diverted to other medical facilities. We'll transition then into the next chapter of this story, and you're going to hear from some of the people whose lives were forever changed by the defendant's terrible decisions that day. But I'll tell you right now, you're not going to hear from all of them. It wouldn't make sense. It's not necessary.
That's a really...
We intend to present the evidence to you in an efficient and streamlined way.
They could really just
We will
crush
elicit
this.
testimony and introduce exhibits that cover every element
Endless witnesses. It
of
would be
every
horrible.
single criminal charge in this case. But our goal is to avoid duplication of evidence and to avoid undue hardship on the victims and the witnesses who have already suffered so much. So the first witness in this part of the trial that you're going to hear from is Nicole
You can't
White.
bring just cumulative evidence.
She's the very first person, aside from Detective Casey, who was struck by the defendant on that day. She's going to tell you, as we look at this second of the three maps that we're going to repeatedly refer to, that she was marching with her coworkers and friends with Remax. You'll recognize the float, I think, in the videos, because just like the commercials for Remax, there's a giant hot air balloon that shoots fire out of the basket, which is pretty cool. And she's going to tell you she was marching with her friends and her coworkers when, without any warning, she was hit from behind and knocked over. You're going to see video of that. Nicole White has a special significance in this case because, as the first person who was struck, she represents the point in time when Mr. Brooks was legally required to stop. You heard the judge read the hit and run jury instructions, and to summarize, in Wisconsin, anybody who's operating a motor vehicle who's involved in some kind of accident, they have a duty to stop, to investigate, to exchange information. Not only did Darrell Brooks not stop, the evidence will show that he sped up.
Oh, very dangerous.
The evidence will show that as his body count increased, so did his motive to get away.
Well, I mean, I think
Nicole White.
Hold on. Now, I think probably his first body count was probably motivation enough to get away. Like, that seems like a weird line. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I feel like the opening argument for this case could just be like, yeah, bro, we're going to show you some video. This guy getting in his car. We're going to have like 10 people come up and say, yeah, it's the guy in the car. And then we'll get the guy who pulled him out of the car, and we're going to show you a bunch of pictures of dead people. And then you're going to go, oh my God, that's horrible. And then you're going to convict him. Cause that's what this is about. I feel like that's what the opening statement could be. Your fan says, hey, Pope Rackets, I got to be up in 3 hours. I know that feel, but I just want to say thank you for everything. Now that I'm actually making good money, for me anyway. I hope to get back more as time goes on. Hashtag free the nose. Hey, thank you very much. And I'm glad to hear you're improving your income. That's awesome. By the way, big shout out, 70,000 subscribers now here on Rumble, which is awesome, which is just really fucking cool. So thank you for hitting that subscribe button. It means the world. It means the world to me. It really does. Because when you move to a platform, whether voluntary or involuntary, whenever you start a new endeavor, right, you're always like, well, is this going to go? Is this going to work? I hope so, but I don't know. You never know how it's going to work. And this has been, the response has been fantastic. So thank you. Ace Brain 2003. Yo, Nick, were you invited on Crowder due to your ban? Yes. Was it planned out before and the interview topic got changed due to the ban? No, it was, that's why I was invited on. And that's what we, primarily talked about. All right, here we go.
I think is a good point here for me to explain to you, or to summarize for you, the charge of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. Now, again, the judge read the law to you all morning and a lot of the afternoon, and she's going to read it to you again at the end of the case, and you're going to have a binder with all these instructions written down for you, so you do not need to memorize them, okay? But we're going to talk about first-degree recklessly endangering safety. It's a crime where it's committed by someone who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being
in the first degree,
circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. Let's talk about what the state's not required to prove with recklessly endangering safety.
Ooh, interesting.
Not required to prove injury. This was a conscious decision in our charging decision. We're not going to get into medical records. We're not going to talk about the details of witnesses' injuries because it's not relevant, except to the extent that it proves that they were endangered and resulted in injury. But we don't need to get into who was hit or how hard or how long they've suffered. We just are going to prove to you that their safety was endangered. So, after Nicole White, we are going to talk, you're going to hear evidence about the first of the larger groups that was affected by this incident, the Waukesha South High School Marching Band. 10 kids in that band got either hit or run over.
God.
Here's the first example of our efficient presentation of evidence. You're not going to hear from any one of them. High school-aged kids, there's video showing each and every one of them getting run over. So instead, you're going to hear from their band director, Sarah Waymire Aparicio.
That's a
She's
really
gonna come
smart
in
move.
and she's going to look at some still shots of the video. She's going to identify each of the 10 kids for you. You're then going to watch and listen to the video, and it'll be clear as day who's getting run over or hit. It'll be clear as day whose safety was endangered by Mr. Brooks that day.
That's a really smart move to do, because if the state overdoes it, it can look prejudicial. The jury cannot like that the state is doing some emotional ploy. It could, all those things could backfire. So instead of having kids come in and testify about how broken their legs are and how it really ruined their senior year and they have trauma or whatever, and I'm not trying to downplay it, but like all the things they would testify to, if you do that, then what you're going to end up with is possibly annoying the jury. Like, why are you trying to do this? Just stick to the facts. We know what happened to these kids. So instead, they're going to bring in the band director who watched this happen and who can verify that the accuracy of the videos as evidence, because the band director saw this stuff. I see this video accurately portrays the scene that's going on. This is what happened. And then they could just let the jury watch people get run over, and the jury can make the determination of how much their safety was endangered by this guy. So it's a really good move to do that, and not to overplay the sort of sympathy approach. If you do it too much, it starts to look dishonest. Generalissimo 2 says, worst part of this is I'll no longer be able to use my real honest to God legal name. Had to add a number to the end, and I'm no good at those. Glad you're okay. You're all right for a trans. Hashtag free the nose. Thanks.
As we move further down the parade route, you'll hear evidence about the Burris Logistics Group. You'll hear testimony from Kelly Grabo about how she was marching with that group along with her young daughter. You'll see video of them. They're dressed up like the Who's from Whoville. You'll see them get hit. As we move further down the parade route, you'll hear testimony about the Green family. They're spectators along the parade route. Charles Green is going to come in and talk about how he was there with his family. He was sitting on the southeast corner of Main and Gasper, across the street from Martha Merrill's Books. He'll talk about how his kids were seated on a portable bench, something that you bring to a parade to sit on, and how they got knocked off that bench when the defendant ran into them. The next point in the presentation of evidence will involve the Waukesha Blazers. I think it's important to point out you can't consider this evidence of each crime in a vacuum. You need to consider the entire incident. Because at this point, by the time we get to the Blazers, the defendant will have already hit or run over 15 people.
Whew. It's a pretty
You'll
high
see
score
in the
on
video that
Carmageddon.
at this point, the defendant has actually increased his speed. And you'll hear from Detective Mike Carpenter with the Waukesha Police Department. He's going to come in and talk about speed analysis. He'll tell you that he's certified to use a software program that basically takes surveillance video, measures the amount of time it takes to travel a certain distance in that video, and calculates an average speed over that distance. And he'll tell you that in video obtained from Bosco's Social Club, which is right in front of where the Blazers got hit, he'll tell you that that video in that area right before the Blazers got hit, the defendant was traveling in excess of 33 miles an hour. There were 5 victims in the Blazers. That includes Jackson Sparks, who was walking with his big brother Tucker. Cut down in the road before he had a chance to put any miles on his soul. Jackson was 8.
Okay, before he had a chance to put any miles on his soul.
He died 2 days later.
I mean, that was
in the hospital.
Unnecessary line and kind of weird.
I think this is a good point to talk about the law.
Also 8. I mean, he wasn't a newborn.
Again, the judge provided the law to you. It'll be provided to you again at the conclusion of the trial. I want you to take a look at that second element. I don't know what the defense in this case is going to be. In fact, the defendant isn't required to put one on at all. He can sit there and not say a word throughout this trial, and that's perfectly within his right, and you can't hold that against him. And in fact, if he does that and we don't prove each and every one of these counts to you beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find him not guilty. That's the law. But if he does choose to present a defense, if he does raise any issues, I expect that he will likely claim that he didn't mean to kill these people. Take a look at that second bullet point.
Yeah, because what he's going to want to do is get rid of the intentionality from the murder.
Keep that in mind. As you're watching these videos, as you're learning about how this parade unfolded, consider whether the defendant was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being.
Okay, so this part, I want to pause because this is a really critical part of the opening statement and will be a critical part of the case going forward. And in the locals chat, let's see, Red Rums says, what do you say? What the fuck is this opening statement? So this point, and I don't know if he's referring to this, but this is a WTF moment. For intentional homicide, to get life without the possibility of parole on Darrell Brooks, they need to convict him of intentionally killing, not just intentionally doing something that did kill, but to intend the death to occur or to act how did he say, with reasonable certainty that that it will produce death, if that makes sense. Reasonable certainty that someone will die if you do the thing, that a reasonable person in the same situation would perceive their actions to cause death. Because you can always just say, oh, I didn't know. And of course, Darrell Brooks is going to say, I didn't know. I thought if I ran him over with a car, pillows would come out or something. Like it'd just come up with some weird thing because he's that type of guy, I guess. But they have to prove this intent to nail him on the homicide charges that will land him in jail forever. That's their main goal in all of this. But he's not going to say, yeah, I wanted to kill those kids. Like, that's not going to be his thing. He's probably, if he says anything, is going to say something along the lines of, I didn't mean to kill anybody. I was just driving. I was trying and blah, 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 blah. It was an accident or like maybe I wanted to hit him, but I didn't think they'd die. Like he'll come up with, that would be kind of the logical argument to like, cause he's not going to get away from the fact that he kept running people over, but he could get away. Like, I'm too stupid to know that a car will kill a person. Could be the way to try and beat the intent side. Cause if he gets 20 years in prison, versus life, then he comes out like what, like a 58-year-old man or what? I don't know how old he is, but in his 50s. And then he has the possibility of building some sort of life after that. And that's the goal in these types of cases. Hudson Valley says, Rekieta's ban is disappointing and we can't control it. We can control watching and donating here. It's as much a test of us viewers as it is the creators. Support how you can. X9 Polera 44. Been a fan for almost a year now. You've been like the older brother I never had and always needed. The streams, life advice, motivations has truly changed my life. We all have your back, Wyatt B. Hey, thanks, Wyatt. Also, since you're my little brother, get noogied, you nice boy. Hi, Mom. You little bitch. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it.
We're going to move further down the parade route, and the next group after the Blazers is the Extreme Dance Group. There were girls of really all ages in this group, from toddlers being pulled in strollers up to high school age teenage dancers. 15 victims, 15 people associated with this group either got hit or were very close to getting hit. That doesn't include 2 additional spectators who were watching the parade from the south side of Main Street near the 5 Points intersection, right in front of the Extreme Dance team as the defendant drove through. Girls in this dance group suffered catastrophic injuries. The group of victims also includes parents, grandparents, siblings, people marching with the group, but not necessarily as dancers. You're not going to hear from everybody who got hit. You're going to hear from the 2 instructors.
Again,
the 2 young ladies who were tasked with teaching these girls these routines and marching with them and encouraging them.
Another strategic part about who they're picking, don't put kids on the witness stand and force them to relive the trauma, especially from the guy who hit them. Like, you don't want anybody to have to relive trauma from their attempted murderer, their assaulter, or their murderer. I guess if they're, relived murder. But you know what I mean? You don't want anybody to have to go through that again. But generally speaking, we would consider adults more resilient than having, like, you know, some little kid have to sit on the stand, or even a teenager have to sit on the stand and recount what happened. So this is a good strategy here.
And comforting them after the fact. And they're gonna, in the video, identify for you where all these girls are positioned, and it'll be very clear the path of travel of the vehicle as it goes through that group of young ladies, who was hit and who was nearly hit. The next group down the parade route is Citizens Bank. And here we reach the second count of intentional homicide. Jane Kulik was marching with Citizens Bank with her friends, with her coworkers. This is the only count of homicide for which there is no clear video depicting how she died. So instead of watching video, you're going to hear evidence from her coworker and from the man who was driving the truck pulling this float. And they're really the ones who are in the best position to observe exactly what happened to Jane Kulik as the defendant plowed through that parade route. And they're going to describe for you how she was struck, how she was run over. The medical examiner will explain that Jane Kulik's cause of death was multiple blunt force traumatic injuries. We'll move further down southwest along the parade route.
Someone's crying in the gallery.
We'll learn about
there.
a group that was standing in front of the steaming cup. Spectators, again. Innocent people have nothing to do with anything. You're going to hear about 3 kids who were standing along with a bunch of others along the curb in front of steaming cup. And as the defendant swerved from the left side of the street as he hit Jane, back to the right side of the street as he was avoiding the vehicle that was ahead of him, clipped the curb and hit these 3 kids. Then we're going to move in to the next group in the parade route, which is the Dancing Grannies. This is the deadliest point in the parade. 7 people in this group were struck. 4 of them died. You're going to hear from witnesses, members of the Dancing Grannies group, who will come in and they will describe being completely caught off guard. They will describe seeing pom-poms in the air, and the next thing they knew, there were bodies on the ground before the pom-poms hit the ground. You will learn about Bill Hospital, who was marching in a support capacity. He was there to support his wife Lola and their friends, the rest of the Dancing Grannies, just walking along the parade route, trying to be helpful. And as the defendant swerved around the Dancing Grannies vehicle, which is a white SUV, you'll see it in the video, swerved around the right side, he hits Bill. And the medical examiner is going to tell you that Bill Hospital cause of death was multiple blunt force traumatic injuries.
The
You'll learn
Dancing
about
Grannies
Tamara
beat him
Durand.
up. He was framed.
Marching with the Grannies. This is her first parade. You'll see a diagram of where she was positioned. You'll see video of her getting struck. The medical examiner will tell you that Tamara Durand, cause of death, multiple blunt force traumatic injuries. You'll hear about Lee Owen, another Dancing Granny, positioned right next to Tamara, who had just begun one of her favorite routines, walking in a winter wonderland, when she got hit.
This dude's like barely holding it together, or it's a really good act.
You'll learn about Ginny Sorensen. You'll learn that Ginny was walking at the front of the group carrying the banner. You'll learn that Ginny was normally a coach for the group. Normally she rode in the vehicle in the back so that she could provide feedback and critique to her dance mates. But she filled in at the last moment today and helped carry the banner. You'll see video of Ginny getting struck. Medical examiner will tell you that Ginny Sorensen's cause of death was multiple blunt force traumatic injuries. You'll hear more speed analysis testimony at this point. You're going to hear from Mike Smith with the Wisconsin State Patrol, who's going to testify very similarly to how Detective Carpenter is going to testify about speed analysis. Basically, he takes surveillance video, this time from Curry Insurance, which is on the south side of Main Street. It shows the grannies getting struck. They measure point to point and measure the time between those 2 points and calculate an average speed over that distance, which is roughly from Clinton Street up until the camera cuts out. They'll tell you that at that point, where the defendant crashed through the Dancing Grannies group, he was traveling at approximately 32 miles an hour. The 8th and final group that was struck by the defendant in this case is the Catholic Communities of Waukesha. This is a faith-based organization. It consists of members of multiple local Catholic churches who got together that Sunday afternoon to spread
pretty
a little
hard to
Christmas
show
cheer.
non-intent. Maybe you'll say I was going so slow.
There is not
great
great video, and perhaps that's for the best, of this group getting struck. In total, there were 19 victims in this group. In what little you can see from the video, you can see the defendant's taillights swerving from the left side of the street to the right. You can see them bouncing up and down.
Oh, I've seen this. That's really rough to watch.
There are no speed bumps in that section of the road.
Ooh, that's a tough line.
The next phase of the evidence will involve the manhunt. How authorities found the defendant, took him into custody, and the statements he made after he was placed under arrest. You will hear from Officer Bryce Skolton, who was positioned, if you look at this third of the 3 maps I referenced, on the very top of this map at the intersection of Main Street and Wisconsin. Officer Skolton was positioned at that point to direct the parade route to make a left-hand turn from Main Street onto Wisconsin, to stop any traffic coming from the other directions. He saw the defendant come around that corner. He saw the defendant drive right at him as he's standing in the middle of the road. And as the defendant went around him to the left and went south, Officer Skolton fired 3 rounds from his service weapon. All 3 rounds hit the car. None of them hit the defendant. You will hear from another police officer who was not on duty that day. He just happens to be a police officer. His name is Officer Ralph Salyers. He's from the Wauwatosa Police Department. If you take a look at that map, he's going to describe to you being on the sidewalk, leaving the parade. He was walking past Les Paul Middle School. He's going to describe hearing a loud commotion. He's going to describe seeing a red SUV with just utterly total front end damage coming to rest in a driveway at 338 Maple Avenue. You're going to see video of the defendant in the red SUV pulling into the alley behind 338 Maple. And then a few moments later, you'll see what appears to be the defendant coming back onto the screen and running away from the vehicle, apparently in a hurry, apparently aware that he had done something terribly wrong.
No, he finally escaped that monstrous vehicle. He thought
You're
he
going
was
to hear
next.
from a series of witnesses between that point and the defendant's arrest, where they will describe the defendant approaching them, contacting them, asking them to use their phone. Because he was in such a rush when he ditched his SUV, he left his phones behind. Then you're going to hear from Daniel Ryder, and I think the evidence will show Daniel Ryder really is a good embodiment of the spirit of Waukesha. Not knowing what Mr. Brooks had done, Daniel Ryder opened his home to the defendant. The defendant showed up at his front door without any shoes on, with a t-shirt, said he was cold, said he needed to use the phone. Daniel Ryder let him inside, gave him a sandwich, let him use the phone, and then gave him a coat.
Did he put mayo on the sandwich? Because that's racist.
A few minutes later, the police showed up. You're going to see body cam video of that arrest. You're going to hear from Officer Rebecca Carpenter that she responded to that area around where Daniel Ryder lives because of reports of a man knocking on doors. She takes him into custody. He identifies himself on the body cam video. They search him, and in his pocket they find a key to the red Ford Escape used in this attack. You're going to hear from a series of officers who retraced the defendant's steps that night, recovered surveillance video showing the path that he took, the path that's depicted here in the third map that I'm showing you. You're going to hear how they recovered his sandal, his sweatshirt along the escape route. You're going to hear from Detective Jay Carpenter with the City of Waukesha Police Department, and he's going to talk to you about the defendant's statements after he was taken into custody. I'm going to let that interview speak for itself, other than pointing out for you that you will, I think, quickly learn a few main points about the defendant on the night that this happened. He was lucid. He was aware. He was intelligent. He was probing for information. And he was deceptive. We're going to then wrap up with testimony from people who plugged any of the remaining holes in the investigation. You'll hear from crime lab analysts.
Oh, in the investigation.
DNA
okay.
evidence.
I thought that was going a way different way.
Finding the defendant's DNA on the steering wheel of the red Ford Escape. You're going to hear from Wisconsin State Patrol Inspector Ryan Schultz. He's going to testify about the mechanical inspection that he did on this vehicle. In case you were wondering if there were any issues that would have prevented Mr. Brooks from stopping or from pulling over, he's going to quickly put those concerns to bed. He conducted that mechanical inspection. No problem with the brakes. The accelerator didn't stick. There were no mechanical problems that would have prevented Mr. Brooks from stopping. Finally,
sure, though,
we're going to close our presentation of the evidence, not with a witness, but with an experience for you. You are going to go to a secure location, and you're going to have a chance to see the murder weapon with your own eyes. You'll be able to see that red Ford Escape. I want to close now with a few points about how the evidence relates to the law in this case. There are Obviously, we've gone through the 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. But in addition to those homicide counts, there are 6 counts of hit and run involving death.
Okay.
Those are separate charges. The evidence will support convictions on all of them, all
On
12
both,
counts
yeah.
of homicide.
But we want you to
But they
convict on the
involve the
higher
same
ones.
6 victims. Another point I want to bring to your attention is that for each count of first-degree intentional homicide and each count of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, if you find the defendant guilty of any of those counts, you have to answer a second question. Did he commit that crime while using a dangerous weapon? And here the evidence will show that he didn't use a gun or a knife to commit these crimes. He used 3,500 pounds of steel, rubber, and glass.
Tess
The defendant's
Holliday's
also charged
Baldo?
with 2 counts of felony bail jumping. You'll hear evidence to support those charges, which includes the fact that the defendant was charged with a felony offense in a case in Milwaukee County and released from custody subject to conditions of bail. And then he was charged with another felony offense in a separate case in Milwaukee County and released from custody subject to conditions of bail. And those conditions of bail included requirements that he not commit any new crime.
My back is
And
trash
those conditions
today.
of bail were in effect on November 21st of 2021. We have dozens of video clips to show you. You're going to have notebooks and writing utensils while we present this evidence to you. It's a lot to keep track of. And when you go back into the deliberation room, it might be difficult while you're deliberating to remember which video was about which victim or which incident or which group. And so my suggestion to you is that as we go through these videos, you're free to do whatever you want with your notes, but my suggestion would be as we go through these videos, they each will be labeled with an exhibit number. And so I recommend that you keep track of which exhibit number corresponds with which video. That way, while you're deliberating, if you want to see those videos again, you can ask for them by exhibit number. Can't guarantee that you'll be able to see any or all of them, but you can ask. I'm done now. I want to close on one final point.
Guarantee that because they have to argue
on behalf
over
of the
that.
state of Wisconsin. I want to say thank you. We work, you're serving in what is the greatest criminal justice system in the history of the world.
Wisconsin?
And that's because of the 16 of you. It's because a group of citizens, randomly selected, come in and make the final, ultimate determination between guilty and not guilty. That's unique in this world. It's special. And so we're going to go through this evidence. We're going to be mindful of your time. We know how valuable it is.
Oh, I hope you
are. Efficient.
I hope so.
We have a lot to get through. A lot. And at the conclusion of all that evidence, District Attorney Opper is going to stand up here and she's going to ask you to
find
render
him
verdicts
guilty.
consistent with the evidence. To find the defendant guilty.
There you go. Okay.
Of each and every count. Thank you.
Not a bad opening statement. I mean, it's not super exciting and sexy, but you don't want to do that here. This case is not hard.
Mr. Brooks, my first question to you is, will you be making an opening statement at this point or deferring until your case? Meaning the defense portion of the case.
I will be deferring at this time, Your Honor. I need a little more adequate time to make sure I go over the points that I need to make.
All right, then the court will honor that request, advise the jury he's deferring his opening statement until a later point in the proceedings.
Okay, so he'll deliver his after the prosecution rests and his case in chief comes up. I'm sure it'll definitely be more thoughtful and much better. He's demonstrated conscientiousness and thoughtfulness the whole way through this trial. And so the more time that he has to prepare, the better preparation he'll do and the better argument he'll make. So that's really a good thing. All right. So we're at 7.5 hours in. This is 10 hours, but I've heard there's a particular witness we want to watch. This one, I think. Oh boy. How long does this go? Let me go back to the beginning of her. She comes highly recommended. 8:28. Oh man, it's like it's an hour and a half. It's an hour and a half long. Do we need to watch the state's case or just the cross-examination? Let's see. Just the cross. Just the cross. Don't do direct. Well, I don't know if we want to spend an hour and a half watching this testimony right now. But just watching the cross, I think will be good. Because this is really like, this is the entertainment. Not that this trial's for our entertainment. It's very serious. People died. It's horrible. That's true. But like, you know, the interesting parts of the case are going to be Darrell Brooks. You need to watch it all? Damn. I don't do 1.5x speed, guys. I don't do that when I watch trials. I want to get a closer experience to the actual jury. I want to see what they see. And I just hate the 1.5 speed feature. So we'll start here. We'll start here.
Come down, I don't think.
How about I
It's in the
just,
way.
just stick it behind. The easel can stay there.
Oh boy, this is going to be good.
All
I can
and my
already
clerk
tell.
Grace is over here. If you would raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You know, I can tell by how a
solemnly
witness
swear that the testimony you're about
dresses
to
that
give
it'll be
shall
good.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I solemnly swear.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. We'll get that settled. And then the first thing I will ask you to do, excuse me, is to state and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Corey Runkle, and it's spelled K-O-R-I-R-U-N-K-E-L.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Corey
Your
Runkle.
witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Runkle. Do you know a person named Erica Patterson?
Yes.
How do you know that person?
From the shelter,
What shelter are you talking about?
women's shelter,
What city is the women's shelter in?
Waukesha.
This is the friend
And
of
when
his
did you meet Erica
girlfriend.
Patterson?
Around probably October, I think.
Okay. You are not used to testifying in court, right?
Is that Binger?
Not really.
I'm going to ask you to scoot a little bit forward.
Why
The nice
don't you
lady in
take
front of you
that
is.
Microphone a little bit closer. I think that'll help.
We just have to make sure that everybody can hear,
Binger's
especially
transition's
the court
going
reporter
well.
in front of you.
That's
'Cause she's
nice.
writing everything down. Okay.
Okay.
So can you answer, when did you meet Erica Patterson?
Either October or November.
Of what year?
21 this year.
2021.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you meet her at the women's shelter that you're
Yeah.
talking about? Okay. What was your living arrangements at the shelter?
Okay, it wasn't this year. It was last year, I think.
2021.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't November of this year.
And what were your living
I'm pretty
arrangements
sure.
at the women's shelter?
We were bunking together.
You and Erica?
Yeah.
While you were bunking together with Erica at the women's shelter, did Erica ever talk about a boyfriend of hers?
It wasn't her boyfriend.
Okay. Did she ever talk about a man?
Yeah.
And did she ever provide the name of that man?
Yeah.
What was it?
Darrell Brooks.
Were you with Erica on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021?
Yes, until I split up with her.
Okay. Can you tell us where you were with Erica before you split up with her?
I forgot what park it was, but we were at like the park where the dragonfly was, except for we were at the docks.
Is that in Waukesha?
Yeah.
Okay. And the docks, are you talking about a river?
Yeah.
So the park by the river?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What were you doing with Erica in the park?
We're sitting on the
Hanging
dock of the
out.
bay.
Okay. Was anybody with you?
Yeah, Kyle.
Okay.
Who the fuck's Kyle?
You mentioned that you split up with Erica at some point. Is that right?
Yeah,
Do you remember why?
to go hang out with Nick.
Do you know Nick's last name?
Doxed.
Kirby.
Erica didn't go with you.
No.
Okay. So what happened after you split up with Erica?
She met up with Darrell
How do you know that?
because she was on the phone with him, and they said that they were going to meet up.
Now, before that day, November 21st, had you ever met Darrell Brooks?
No.
You'd only heard his name from Erica?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I missed this chat earlier. Ginger Ninja says, does this go to prove when they have a legitimate case, they follow the law rules to a T, but when they have an unjust case, Rittenhouse, AJ, etc., they pull shenanigans whenever they can? Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, the more legitimate the case, the more rules they'll follow, but some of them will just follow the rules in general. But it does get shadier the harder they have to stretch to prove their, prove the guilt of the defendant.
After you split up with Erica and she went to hang out with Darrell, did Erica ever contact you or Nick after that point?
Yeah.
Never called
How
me.
did that contact take place? Did she like see you or did she call you? How
No,
did that
she
happen?
called me on my cell phone.
Okay. And what was the nature of that conversation?
That he was beating her up and he was following her.
Okay. What did you do when you learned this information from Erica?
Me and Nick started running to where she told us she was.
Where was that?
By the school. I
Okay.
forgot what school it was, but it was by the school.
All right. Did you find her?
Yeah.
Do you remember where you found her?
Right in front of the school.
Okay. Do you remember what was happening when you found her?
He was swerving into her.
When you say
Swerving
he, who are you
into her.
talking
Oh,
about?
Darrell.
Darrell, the person?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear Darrell saying anything to Erica at that time?
He was yelling at her to get back in the car.
What car?
Okay. Did she?
No. She tried, but I pulled her away.
So you assaulted
Before
her.
you testified today, you reviewed a couple of surveillance videos. Is that right?
Yeah. No, not today, but a while ago.
A while ago, not
Yeah.
today. I'd like to put Exhibit 3 up on the screen for the witness for identification.
What?
Okay. Put it up on stream. Oh gosh. My ears itch today. Oh my gosh.
From this video.
Damn it. I was hoping to just skip forward a
So
lot.
Ms. Runkle, we're going to play a few moments from this video. I want you to watch and see if it's the same video that you've reviewed previously. Okay, so we're just going to play about 10 seconds here.
I could just tell that's her walking up.
Okay, let's pause there. So you viewed this video. Is it an accurate depiction of how the events unfolded in front of the school you're talking about?
Yeah.
I move Exhibit 3 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any objection, Mr. Brooks?
So the process here is
Yeah, my objection would be you've only played 5 seconds of the video, whereas the other 5 you just said 10 seconds that you would play. I'm curious to see the rest of the video.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. This is for foundation to establish it's what the witness is going to testify about.
all right. So the process of entering any evidence into court, and this is a big problem that I had in Kyle Rittenhouse's case, and I railed about over and over and over, is foundation. Video evidence, digital evidence, documents, all these things need to be authenticated. They need to have proper foundation to be introduced. What foundation is do we have a reason to believe that this thing is the thing it purports to be? So what you need is someone who typically was present to verify the authenticity of the item. If it's like a video, they say, okay, is this video that you've seen? Yes. Were you there that day? Yes. Does this video accurately reflect the events that you're going to testify that occur in the video? Yes, it does. Why? Because you saw the video? No, because I was there. I remember, and the video comports with my memory. The video shows me these things that happened, and they meet with this thing. So now I know it's authentic. Now I know that it has now, and we know we have foundation. In Rittenhouse's case, they didn't do this anywhere. It seems like, oh, well, I reviewed the video from YouTube, and then that was the evidence. Like, but wait, if you weren't present on the ground, how do you know that the video on YouTube was an accurate representation? What if they had spliced in scenes from other protests and you wouldn't know because you weren't there? So you didn't realize that gas station isn't actually on that corner, or whatever it may be. But that's what they do. That's what they're doing here, laying the foundation. And this has to be done before the jury sees it. Once they do that, then they get to publish the evidence to the jury, where they'll get to broadcast it, and they'll get to, then the jury can know that, yeah, this is something that they're verifying happened because they were there.
She's testified. It's a fair and accurate depiction of the events that unfolded in her presence. And I will receive Exhibit 3, permission
He's
to
got
publish
kind of
is
a
granted.
point on that, though. Like, so the first 5 seconds are what happened. What if the second 5 seconds is completely edited? I mean, we know
All right,
it's
we're going to hit play from the beginning.
not, but
There's his car.
Let's hit a pause.
Okay.
Let's hit pause. We're at 16 seconds. We saw a person wearing a blue shirt walking from the left. Do you know who that person is?
Erica.
Erica Patterson.
Yeah.
And when you said there's his car, what car were you referring to?
The red one. The
And
SUV.
do you know who was driving that car?
Darrell.
Darrell Brooks?
Yeah.
devil.
And again, this would have been the first time you ever saw Darrell Brooks. Is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay. We're going to resume from that point, but wait until I pause again to speak again, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So we'll play from 16 seconds.
Show it again. Show the video now. Why'd you take it off? God. Whew. Well, this is riveting. Okay. Okay. Come on. Bruh. So we're just watching video, except we don't get to watch it.
Red at 4 seconds.
Here we go.
Let's pause there. Pause at 2 minutes and 44 seconds. During that clip, we saw a red SUV towards the top of the screen. Is that right?
Yeah.
And did you recognize that vehicle?
Yeah. That was Darrell's.
Okay. We see now at this stoppage point, we can see two people on the upper right-hand corner. Do you know who those people are?
Me and Nick.
Do you know which one you are?
The fat
the
one.
with the green gloves.
I would have
So,
gone in a different direction.
left or right?
I think
As we're
the
looking.
one up in front.
Oh no.
And then there's a person with a white hood. Do you know
Yeah,
who that is?
that's Nick.
Okay, so you're
Left
the
or
other one
right?
on the left.
Yeah.
All right. And you saw Erica.
Yeah.
All right. Let's resume playing at 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Like, which one are you? uh,
Let's pause there. Pause to 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Who's the person in the gray hooded sweatshirt?
That's Darrell.
The objection's overruled. For answer may stand.
That's Darrell.
what's the
How
objection?
far
The
away would you
question,
say
who was
your
in
face was from Darrell's face at this point in the video?
I was chesting up.
Chesting up? So
Yeah.
I guess that's pretty self-explanatory. Do you see Darrell Brooks
That's
either
sexual
in the
harassment,
courtroom
you
or on
weirdo.
any monitors in the courtroom right now?
Yeah.
Your Honor, and actually for this point, I would ask that the court order the defendant to remove his mask.
Mr. Brooks, you're ordered to remove your mask.
I do not consent. Don't consent. Oh, you coward.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, the boy. Yes.
Mr. Brooks, we talked about this at a prior hearing. For purposes of identification, you're ordered to unmask. Thank you, sir.
He should have drawn a bunch of dicks on his face.
So now I'll
Really
re-ask
surprised
that
everybody.
question. Mr. Runkle, do you see Darrell, the person you're talking about in the video, either in the courtroom or on a monitor in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you tell us where?
In orange.
On the monitor in front of you?
Yeah.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. You can remask.
Oh, he didn't even wait for her.
Let's hit play and resume at 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
Yeah, now he'll get COVID. And he died from COVID the next day. Wait, did Darrell get chested up by a woman and lose? Montegraph, I won't love your video because I won't see it. Neither will anybody else. Except that
All right, we've reached
watermelon.
the end. Ms. Runkle, can you tell us what was happening in that last portion of the video we just watched?
Well, before Erica, me, and Nick showed up in the camera, that's when I ran after Erica from getting ran over, and then she
objection, Your
tried
Honor, she
to
can't
jump in
run.
the car with him, and then I ended up chesting up to him, and then we ended up going at it. So yeah,
How would you describe the level of your volume during that interaction?
like, what do you mean?
Were you yelling?
I'd say yeah,
Was Mr. Brooks yelling?
yeah.
Was anybody else in that video, either Nick or Erica, were they yelling?
Erica was telling me to stop.
Okay.
Objection,
And what
hearsay.
happened after the physical confrontation with Mr. Brooks?
Nick pulled me away,
And then what happened?
and then Brooks walked off
Did you see where he went?
into his car.
The red SUV in the video we
Yeah.
just watched? Was there anybody else in the SUV at that point that you saw?
No.
And what happened next?
After that, it was like he headed out.
Okay. Did Mr. Brooks say anything to you or Erica or Nick as he was leaving?
He told Erica he was. Oh,
Um,
Objection.
The basis for your
Hearsay.
objection, you said objection, right?
Is hearsay and irrelevant?
Is it being offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
Well, it's a statement by a party opponent, so it's not hearsay.
Oh, it's his
There you go.
statement, sorry.
Good job. Good job,
maybe I misheard
prosecutor.
what she said, all right. The objection is overruled. If it
So hearsay is anytime someone testifies to what someone else says, it's hearsay. And then there are exceptions to the hearsay rule. So if she testifies to what Darrell Brooks says, that is technically hearsay. But the exception to the hearsay rule is that he is the opposing party, and it is presumably a statement against his interest. So party statement against interest, hearsay is allowed. Yeah. So there you go. There's several exceptions to hearsay, and those exceptions are critical in getting the evidence you need into court.
It's, she may testify as to words that you spoke on this occasion. Go ahead.
He told Erica that he was gonna find her and he's gonna kill her.
Damn. Who just said what? Oh, he said what?
Can we pull up Exhibit 5 for the witness, please?
Okay. What is that sound? Is she trying to squeeze into a latex suit on the video or something?
Well, I guess while we're waiting on that, did you at any point come into contact with police or a police officer after Mr. Brooks left the scene that we just watched?
I forgot what that guy was at, the little stoppers, like where it stopped everybody. But we came into contact with him, and then he called the police officer, and then we had contact with the police officer.
Okay. At any point while Mr. Brooks was still present for the scuffle, did you or anybody else in your group call the police?
No.
You need to turn on the safe table, please, for preview mode.
Preview mode of what? Nick's Gay Lover says, congratulations to Fair and Balanced for her brave testimony in the Brooks case. They say the camera adds 100 pounds.
I will confirm it's in front of mine and the witnesses monitor or on our monitor.
All right, Ms. Runkle, I'm showing you on your monitor a photograph that's been marked as State Exhibit number 5. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Who's in that photograph?
Erica.
Erica Patterson? Is that an accurate representation of how Erica looked the night of November 21st, so after the Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes.
I move Exhibit 5 into evidence and ask to publish.
The objection?
Yep, on the grounds of that is hearsay.
The objection's noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 5 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Were you with Erica Patterson the day before the parade, so November 20th?
Yes.
Did she have a swollen left eye on November 20th?
No.
I want to go back to the issue of police and whether or not you had contact with them. Can you describe in a little bit more detail what exactly happened with law enforcement after the defendant left the scene that we just watched?
I'm not sure where we walked, but like I think we walked straight down to the parade. I'm not sure, but we stopped at these like stoppers where there was this I don't know what he's called. It's not a cop, but he was like a guard, and we ended up telling him that what happened, that Erica almost got ran over. I had to pull
Okay. That's
her away
hearsay.
from the car, and he ended up calling the cops. He told us, "Hold on, let me call the cops."
Objection,
and
hearsay.
The cop came, and we started talking to him.
Okay, but you don't, or do you remember the name of the officer that you spoke with?
I do not.
Okay.
So that was a lot of hearsay right there. He should have objected to it.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
All right.
I sure do.
I sure do. Here we go.
So, my first question would be, you seem to be unclear about when you met Erica. Would you say it was roughly October or November because you wasn't sure which one?
Roughly in between.
Roughly in between.
Yeah.
Um,
I know it was before Christmas.
Well, you just said that you had never seen her quote unquote boyfriend or whoever she was referring to as that before the Christmas parade. Is that correct?
The Christmas parade was November, right?
He's asking you if you had seen.
Not before, but the Christmas parade was November. I'm just asking, right? Okay, so no.
Did you want her to restate her answer? She answered, she confirmed her question.
I wanted to be direct.
Okay, no, I have not.
So you just testified that you can identify who was driving the said vehicle as soon as you saw the video played. If you've never seen the driver before that day, how would you even know who it was?
I'll object. That is not a clear question. This is just going to confuse the witness. It's confused me.
Also say that Mr. Brooks rephrase the question, please.
Would you play the video again, the first 10 seconds? I'm guessing that it was.
The exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3? You want the first 10 seconds of exhibit played?
Show the witness the first couple of seconds of the.
All right, it's up.
Okay.
Now you just testified.
Hold on, it's playing. You want it to stop now?
Stop.
Okay,
You
Play the
just
first 13 seconds for the witness.
thank you.
you just testified that as soon as you saw the vehicle come into the camera view, you said, "Oh, there's his car." How would you know whose car it was if you've never seen this person before that
Oh,
day?
yeah. Because you got out of it, though.
You understand the question?
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer.
Because I was told that she was going to meet up with Darrell Brooks.
Objection, hearsay.
So you were told this directly from Erica.
Yes.
Did at any time she ever tell you what kind of car he had and what kind of car he would be?
Objection,
meeting up with
hearsay
her
from the
with, quote,
prosecution.
unquote?
No.
What, bro? Object.
So how can you identify that it was the said person's car if you had no knowledge of what vehicle this said person would be driving, or who the person even was, or what the person even looked like? How would you know?
Because
I mean, the obvious answer is because I watched you get out of the car and then we got into a nipple rubbing fest. Like, so I'm testifying now that was your car because I know now that you got out of it. We rubbed nipples. You got back in and drove off. I was there when that happened. This is not a hard answer unless, well,
I was told it was Darrell Brooks.
I was told it's hearsay.
And so,
And by the way, that's quintessentially hearsay. If it is presented and out of court statement made by anyone offered to prove the fact of the matter. This is absolutely hearsay. But Darrell Brooks is asking the question, eliciting the testimony. But her saying, yeah, this person said it was Darrell Brooks, therefore it was Darrell Brooks, is hearsay. The obvious answer is just, I watched you get out of the car, homie.
It was this name, but you were able to identify the vehicle and the person on the first day that you ever saw them.
Objection
Is that-
asked and answered.
Let him finish his question.
He did.
Again, as soon as the
We need a replay on the prosecutor's face. Let him finish the question. And her, like, what the fuck? Like, look. Judge, come on. Like, okay, sorry. That's just a good fucking face. Zimmon says, have more fuck off YouTube money. Thanks for all the fun alcohol fueled legal commentary. Oh, thank you.
Again, as soon as the car came into camera view, you immediately said on the record just a few minutes ago, "Oh, there's his car." Who is him? Who is his? Who were you referring to?
Darrell Brooks.
And you would be able to know that that was quote unquote Darrell Brooks just by seeing the car come into the view of the camera.
Now I'll object based on an asked and answered question.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, are you trying to ask her whether at the moment in time she first saw the SUV, did she know who was driving? That would be a relevant question.
Did you know who was driving the SUV that you saw when you saw it?
Not in court, but when you first saw it on that date.
Yes, because I don't see why Erica would be talking to anybody else and getting yelled at by somebody else.
But did you know at that moment who was driving the car?
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
And how would you know that? You just said that you had no knowledge of the vehicle that whoever Erica was meeting up with would be driving. So how would you know that?
Objection asked and answered and argumentative.
Yeah. Her answer previously, Mr. Brooks, was she's basing that on what someone told her, not based on what she saw at that point. That's at least how I took it.
So Erica told you the vehicle and how the vehicle would look.
Do you understand the question?
No,
Say that again.
she only understands like a ham
Mr.
sandwich.
Brooks,
Erica, I'm
restate
sorry,
the
Your Honor.
question. No, that's okay. Restate the question, sir.
so let's back up a little bit. Erica told
Watch
you
out
that
when
she
she
was
backs up, she
meeting up
beeps.
with this Darrell Brooks, correct? That's what you said, right?
Correct.
And did she at any time tell you what vehicle this person would be driving and how the vehicle looked?
She did not.
So the first time you saw the vehicle, did you know who was driving the vehicle?
Yes, when she told me. When she told
What
me.
he's asking you though, is did you know based on personal observation,
Oh, no, not
based on what
personal
someone told you?
observation.
Is it
Wait,
completely
wait,
irrelevant though?
So personal observation.
And I know the
Oh,
judge
no,
said
no,
it would
never
be a
mind,
relevant
never mind.
question.
Okay, yeah.
I know the judge said it would be a relevant question, but it's not relevant if she knew at the time the car entered the frame of the video who was driving it or anything like that, because Darrell Brooks gets out of the car and starts yelling at her. So she knows Darrell Brooks is the driver of the car. So the judge said this was a relevant question, but it's not actually relevant. It's not probative. It does not prove something more or less likely to be true, some fact. her knowing that he was driving the car when it enters the camera doesn't make the fact that Darrell Brooks is driving the car more or less likely to be true in any way. The judge is 100% wrong in saying that this is a relevant question. And now we're on this line of questioning for no reason, because we have two titans of intellect dueling. It's like the greatest game of chess ever, played with figures made out of boogers collected over years.
So let's just make sure the record's clear what your answer is.
It's based on what I was told when I met up with her.
So it was told,
That's been established. It's been established what was told. So next question.
no, I was going to a different question. I didn't get to it.
All right, well then,
Okay,
answer, please.
I'm trying to. So you were told after the vehicle drove away and you and Erica were alone? Is that when you were told?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that before you were told this, after the vehicle drove away, you did not know who was driving the vehicle, correct? Would that be fair to say?
Oh, I had a suspicion it was Darrell.
You had a suspicion? or
Does she
did you
know that she's talking to Darrell?
Had a suspicion until I
So
asked
you
her.
didn't know?
Objection. Argumentative.
Yeah, so we've kind of been a little bit circular here. So the objection is sustained. I think we need to be clear, Mr. Brooks, when you ask your questions about what point in time. It's one thing to talk about when she first sees the vehicle because there's been no contact between her and the vehicle, but it's a different point in time when it's later. So you need to make clear at what point in time you're referring to so that your question is clear.
Gotcha. You identified the alleged defendant in court. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And the alleged defendant that you identified was the same person that you saw driving the vehicle that day.
Yes.
Good job.
The video also shows
So it was me then.
that, well, let me back up. Matter of fact, let me ask a different question. You made reference to hanging out with Erica in a park, correct?
Yes.
With maybe one other person
Yeah.
present?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hanging out, what were you guys actually doing?
Drinking?
So would it be fair to say that because of alcohol being involved, that there may have been a misinterpretation of what you saw? Or
No.
what you thought you saw?
Objection calls for speculation.
The question, the way it's asked, calls for speculation. If you could please rephrase it.
No, it asks her to recollect her state of mind. No, it goes straight
Oh,
to
I
her
actually
state of
different.
mind.
How much were you drinking? Was it a few beers, a bottle,
A keg.
Half a
something to that
pint.
effect? Half a pint.
Half a pint is 1 cup. That's 8 ounces.
Do you remember what you
That's
were
all.
drinking?
Vodka.
That's a lot of vodka.
Do you remember if
It's a good amount of vodka.
Erica was drinking?
She was.
And you said that you separated at one point to go hang with another person. I can't remember the name, but would that be fair to say that you separated from Erica to go hang out with another person?
I did say that.
Was that person also drinking that day?
No.
Did that person overhear any conversation between you and Erica?
No.
We should do the based witness challenge chat. We'll all get half a pint
Would
of
that be the
vodka.
same person that was saw in the video?
Yes.
So that would be Nick. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And is it true that you did give a statement about what you saw and heard that day?
Yes.
Fair to say? Would it be fair to say that in this statement that you gave, you never mentioned the person that you saw driving make any threats? Would that be fair to say?
I never mentioned.
Well, I have the statement right here in front of me. Would it be fair to say that the statement that you gave that day, that you do not say in your statement that you heard any threats being made or yelled towards Erica? Would that be fair to say?
Possibly.
So do you remember giving a statement?
I remember giving a statement.
Do you remember what you said in your statement?
I do.
So I'm gonna ask you again because I just asked.
Oh,
I have your statement.
you got
in
axed
front of me.
again.
You did not mention any threats being yelled or made towards Erica.
Did
Would
you?
that be fair to say?
I did mention some.
What exactly did you mention?
That you were yelling at her, saying that you were gonna kill her and to get in the car.
And that's in your
All
statement.
right, so a minor point of strategy. Sometimes, like when you ask a witness what they say and you have it in front of you, it's going to come out that you said something really bad, like, I'm going to kill you. And that's not going to look good. Like, that doesn't help your case, usually. Like, even though you said it, it's in the statement. Maybe you stray away from that line of questioning so she doesn't tell the jury over and over that day you were threatening to murder someone.
Yes.
Would you like me to read your statement to you?
Yes.
All right.
Sure.
Now,
Yeah, sure.
this could be good if
Check based on the procedure that the defendant is employing at this point.
Sure. Mr. Brooks, there is a procedure. I can have the state bring up her statement, I hope electronically, to show her. It would,
ask her
and
if
then
that-
all right.
Bring it up for her to see.
you got to
you'll
verify.
want
the
to
statement.
direct her to what part. You can ask her to review it, ask her if that refreshes her recollection, and then you can ask her a question. Or even show her that and ask a direct question about it would be another way.
Ask her to read it.
Okay, this is not it right.
No, they'll get it up. It just takes a moment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's
Debbie Tom says this can only be tolerable watching with you. Thanks for the laughs tonight. Oh, you're welcome, Debbie. Thank you. And Axe Lion says, is this actually real court? The vibe is goddamn awkward. It feels like a kindergarten court. No, well, I mean, welcome to real court.
So are we sure we can't get the front? Because we tested that twice yesterday and this morning, and it should have worked. We sure we can't get the front table?
We can try.
I have it selected right now and I see a black box. So
They have to connect it though. You can stand if you want for a minute. Do you need a water or anything?
No.
No, but I'll take a half pint of
Sure,
vodka,
stand for a second.
please.
Go ahead, too.
Okay. How long does it take you to pull this damn statement up? This is not hard. Does the judge have an Instagram? Just ask him for a friend.
We have a lot of new technology in this courtroom, and it's great when it works. But it's a lot to get used to.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may ask you, are we still on the record right now, or we are? Okay.
We are, we're just taking a stretch break, but we're still on the record why they,
Okay. I was gonna say something to
Doing a
the
yoga
bailiff,
break
and I
in
didn't
court,
want to be
Judge?
disrespectful by.
do you want me to mute you for a second so you can?
Oh, no, it's fine, it's
Okay.
fine. When will I be allowed to come back into the court so I can see everything?
You have earned your right to come back, sir. I mean, I can bring you back if you want to finish your questioning here.
I
do.
can bring you back
All right,
if you
we'll
want
take
to
a short
finish.
break for you to do that.
Wow.
I'll have to excuse the jury for a moment. We'll be in recess.
I can bring you back if you want to finish. That's an invitation right there. Get to the next segment real quick. Pass a little break. In court. All right, here we go.
You wanted to address?
Whoop.
If we need to talk procedure, or Attorney Wichow, if there was something you wanted to address?
Thank you. I think there may have been some misunderstanding on the nature of this statement in question.
She just gave him the mom snip. You shut your mouth. We're in church. Shut your fucking mouth. What are you doing?
This witness provided a statement to a police detective, who then wrote a police report summarizing the statement. So the proper method at this point for the defendant would be to confront her by orally quoting from that, asking if she said or didn't say these things. To show her this statement we're not refreshing her recollection. She didn't write this.
I see.
And this is something I absolutely hate about this stuff. The cop's words are potentially different than the person's words. So that's that's an interesting thing. Now you get the cop's interpretation of what she said.
So I didn't know that, but that certainly makes a lot of sense. Mr. Brooks, did you hear what Attorney Wichow just said about the procedure?
Is it a way to verify that is in fact procedure?
That he
Just to be clear for the record.
that is the procedure.
Can we verify it?
I had referenced earlier that I thought you were trying, we might be showing her the statement to help refresh her recollection, but I don't have any of the statements in front of me, and I wasn't aware that it's the police report that may be referenced is written by someone other than this witness. She wrote a statement apparently, but the police report is a summary of her statement. So
how that kind of makes it problematic, though. You could probably see what I'm getting at, Your Honor, by if it's
that's why you ask her questions about it.
Do you have the statement do you have a written statement of hers?
Yeah.
Here's the tough part of not being a lawyer, right? Like, his mind knows that this is a problem. When you think about it, okay, so this statement that's being used against him, that's being used in evidence, is not actually what she said. What she said is something different. What he's having trouble with is conceptualizing how to get what she said out, because she said something. She thinks she conveyed threats. Here he's saying that the police statement didn't convey threats. This is a good opportunity to point out an inconsistency. It doesn't matter if that inconsistency is on the transcription that the police officer had of her statement, the summary, or if the inconsistency is in what she says now versus what's on the paper. The inconsistency can be on either person, her or the cop. It's still inconsistent, and that starts to look like doubt. So that's why you want to probe these questions. The prosecutor threw him a bone and says, hey, this is how we do it, right? Like he says, this is how we do it. And you got to ask, here's what this statement says. This is what the police officer recorded. Is this what you said? Is this accurate to what you said? Yes or no? No, it's not. Why not? Well, I said threats. Oh, you said threats at the time? Why didn't the officer write that down? Objection, calls for speculation. Withdrawn, Your Honor. So you say you said threats, but the officer didn't write down threats, correct? You don't see anything about threats in this statement, do you? No, because the officer didn't write anything about threats, did he? No, but you said something about threats, right? Yes, but the officer didn't write it down. despite writing everything else down. Isn't that correct? So that's where you focus on those things. And if you're a lawyer, like, you know how to try and use this to start raising the specter of doubt. And if you can find these inconsistencies all over the place, maybe you can get the jury to go, you know what? I don't believe them on this, because they want this threat to exist. It's kind of improper, but they're going to just let it hover, so to speak. They have to prove he had intent to kill later when he ran people over at the parade. Now, his intent to kill this woman does not transfer to the parade victims, because we're talking about an attenuation of time in between those events. Maybe not a super long attenuation of time, and an attenuation of attention. He has a specific grudge against her. He doesn't know the kids. But you want to put into the mind of the jury as the state that this guy was murderous, that he was angry, that he was in a mode to kill or harm or do these things. He's conscious of his ability to do so, that he wants to do that, even though, and just kind of let that transfer over in their minds to this thing. But he has a chance to dismantle that and say, there weren't any threats though. Because if there was a threat, the officer would have written it down. If you heard someone say a threat and you had to write it down, you would, wouldn't you? Of course you would. Everybody would. So anyway, that's the problem with not being an attorney, is not knowing how to latch onto this. But you could tell up in his brain, he knows there's something wrong with what's happened.
Yes, I'm trying to get back to it. You know, I got a lot of stuff coming over here.
I know.
Once he finds the statement, I suggest that Mr. Brooks read directly from the statement the portions that he's asking the witness about, and ask her if she did or didn't say those things he's reading.
Does the state have it available to put on the monitor if he's having difficulty finding his copy?
Sure.
Let's do that, please.
What was that? I missed that last part. I'm sorry.
It'll be on the monitor in front of you. Oh, we can, yeah, there you go. If you can't find, this is this.
Oh, there's a little.
Up. Bottom of page 2. Oh, there, right there, in summary.
Why don't you read that to yourself and see if that helps you formulate a question.
What is a question, Your Honor?
You need to scroll down a little bit.
Yeah. That's all I need.
Okay. Do you want any part of this shown to the witness?
Yeah. I want to go to that top part that I read first.
Oh, actually, I think we were talking about, he doesn't need to refresh. I don't think it's been established he would need to refresh her recollection yet. She's testified from her memory. So you can use what's in this statement, sir, to formulate questions on cross-examination. And you can use leading questions. So at this point, I don't need to show it to her, but you can ask questions. We'll bring the jury back out and you can continue.
Would this be left up for me to see though? Wow.
Yeah.
We can leave it up.
Okay.
Is the part that's up sufficient, or do you need to scroll up? Does the state need to scroll up a little bit for you?
I would only need this part that's on my screen now.
Okay.
And then you whoever's strolling, stroll down a little bit past that to the second part. Up.
How about that? You should be able to see both parts now.
Last time I could see both parts, I
Starts
was
with
mad
in
because I
summary
could
near the
only
top.
get in one.
Yeah.
And then that's page 2 of 5, and then down below, presumably it says 3 of 5, but I'd like to bring the jury out, so let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, let's have the jury brought back in. Mr. Brooks, you're doing a good job, but
I'm
coming up with questions and
attentive.
following the process, and I appreciate you asking to come back over here.
Hi.
You gave that bottle COVID.
Time to,
What'd you have to say?
I'm gonna give everybody time to settle back in for a few seconds.
Okay.
Jay Checker says, I need you back. Started a sorry ass channel on YouTube. Yankees need not apply. Let's talk about the government against people with disabilities. There you go. Why do you need me back for that, though? TMF Squid.
So, Miss, is it Runkle?
It is.
You stated earlier that when you were hanging out with Erica at the park that you were drinking, right?
I did.
And you also stated that you guys separated and you went to go hang out with someone else.
With Nick. Yes.
With Nick. You did state that Nick wasn't drinking, right?
Yes.
So I want to ask, earlier when I asked, I think you were asked by Attorney Whitchild if you heard any yelling or anything being yelled at Eric, or I'll forget how you phrased the question, but did you hear any yelling or anything directed towards you guys? And do you remember what you said?
I heard that you were yelling at Erica, telling her to get in the car, and that you were gonna kill her. That was you were gonna kill her was after the fact that you headed out, but that's probably not what you're asking. The fact of you were yelling at her, telling her to get in the car, was the time when you were around. Oh, I mean, sorry, Brooks was around.
What?
Brooks or you? You said you, and then you said
Brooks.
Brooks. But you did state that you had never seen Brooks before November 21st of 2021. Would that be fair to say?
Right.
And you also did say that you had only heard of him through Erica, correct?
Right.
At any time, did you ever observe any phone conversations or interactions between Erica and Brooks?
Am I allowed to answer that?
He's just asking you whether you have, not the content of any of those.
I have.
Would it be fair to say that you knew a lot of details about their relationship? Would that be fair to say?
I did.
What specifically did you know before November 21st, 2021?
Mr. Brooks,
That's
sure you want to ask that question? Think about some of the pretrial rulings I've made.
Let me rephrase that.
Okay, good idea.
I'm sorry, I'm new. So in your statement that I'm looking at right here on the screen, it says, it is Runkle, right?
Yes.
I don't want to mispronounce your name. It says, Runkle further stated that she heard Brooks telling Erica he was going to smash her face in and that he was going to kill her.
Yes.
I'm
sorry.
Is that what you heard?
Yes.
So you didn't hear what you just testified to hearing?
No.
Or did you hear what I just read to you?
I heard that after you were leaving.
After?
Not that what you just read. I heard that after you were leaving.
You do know that this is your statement that I'm reading from, right?
I do.
That's not true. Objection.
This is argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase.
I'm trying to figure out which one did you hear.
Objection. Vague.
Did you hear the I'm going to smash your face in, or did you hear what you previously said?
Well, I heard when you were sitting there arguing with her, I heard that.
What?
Who is the you you're referring to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Brooks said that when he was
Said-
arguing with
Said that.
Erica.
Said what?
And you claim that
What did he?
you,
Which one?
it says right here, but through knowing Patterson, she did know that Brooks was Erica Patterson's boyfriend. Did she ever tell you that Brooks was her boyfriend?
She said you were, I'm sorry. She said Brooks was her ex.
I'm a little confused by the statement and then the testimony right now.
Objection. That's not a question.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, you need to formulate a question for the witness.
Did you
okay?
ever hear, now this is coming from your statement, Runkle stated that after a short dispute between her, Kirby, I guess that would be referring to Nick.
Yes.
After a short dispute between her, Kirby, and Brooks, she saw Brooks get back into the red SUV and heard him saying something to the effect of, I don't swear, so F you, effing bees, you're dead. Did you at any time hear anything like that?
Yes.
So when you just testified, why did that part of your statement never come up? Why did you never say that?
Because it probably wasn't brought up at that time, but it's in my memory.
So what all exactly did you hear?
Oh my God.
I heard what you
Hold
were
on,
saying.
You heard you say at this time? Like, the question's not
What
clear.
all-
Like, what time frame? Who are we talking about?
When, because in the video is clear that
Hold on, go back to your question. I didn't mean for you to not ask it. I just want to make sure I understand specifically who you're asking this witness about statements that were made.
I'm asking about who she said was the individual driving the vehicle.
Well, it's different than what you just asked. So if
Well,
you want to change and
Because
go
you
to that,
just
that's
you
fine.
just clarified it a little bit. So what exactly did you hear coming from the individual who was driving the vehicle?
You from me.
I'm sorry. Can we just clarify at what point we're talking about?
Exactly.
At the point that
No, everything she heard from the person who was driving the vehicle. There you go. On that date. Everything. Let her just go through the litany of it. Real quick, a couple super chats. And I also want to just let people know who may have come a little bit later to the stream. I am trying to weaponize my audience into a harassment campaign. And that harassment campaign is for the Rumble button, which is, if you're on a desktop, it's a little plus minus at the bottom left of the video, right? Like right below the video on the bottom left side. There's a plus minus. If you like this type of coverage, if you like the legal commentary, please slap that plus button. I think on a phone or whatever, it's actually like a boxing glove or like a thumbs up or something up above the video. It's in a different spot. So if you do that, I'm trying to take over the front page of Rumble by relentlessly asking people to invest in clicking that one button for me and for no other reason than my vanity. So if you like it, please do that. TMF Squid says she's a judge. How the hell does she not know proper witness questioning? Is all this just giving the shit stain a route to a successful appeal? I mean, so far, I don't think so. I mean, it could turn that way for sure. TMF Squid also says, this witness sounds like her boyfriend is black. The only thing missing is a black eye. Oh my goodness. Unless, of course, he's in jail or she bore his child. Whoa. Wow. Damn. There you go. I mean, well, if you want to feed in your biases and stereotypes, that she was at a woman's shelter when she met the other lady. So, I mean, maybe you want to run with that. I don't know. That's up to you, homie. All right, let's keep going.
I guess I would refer back to the video at that point that we saw on the video.
So what point of the video? There's lots of points. It was many minutes long.
Roughly, I'm not sure. I think it was.
Can you describe what part of the video you want?
The part of the video when that she testified to, where she said she had the green gloves, and she was standing. She was standing in. No, it was like towards the middle. She was standing in the street, and she said she had the green gloves because I think somebody asked her which one was she. Right. And she said the one with the green gloves.
I remember that.
At that point, did you observe anything being said out of said vehicle? Did you hear anything being yelled or screamed or anything like that at that point?
Well, before I showed up, I heard yelling.
You heard yelling before you showed up?
Yeah, because like before I showed up into the video.
So how far were you down the street that you were able to hear what was being said?
Objection.
Not
Calls for effect, not an evidence. She didn't say what she heard. What she said. She didn't say she could understand what was said.
She can answer the question. I'm going to overrule it. I understand what the state is saying, but I think he's trying to establish where she was at that point in time. So go ahead and answer.
None of this is relevant.
no, where's the okay. I was right where you pulled up the second time.
Are you sure you know what I was asking?
It was not entirely cleared up, maybe all of us, but I was trying to give you some leeway. So
I knew you understood where I was going with that. Were you at a, let me say it like this, were you at a distance before you came into that video? Like approximately how far away were you from the vehicle and from Erica before you heard anything being yelled or screamed, as you say?
I was at a distance.
So would it be fair to say that it would be hard to hear the conversation that was being had?
Not really. Brooks was yelling pretty loud.
So you were able to hear the gist of the conversation from the distance that you were at?
Yes.
Even with a parade going on and a street full of people, you were able to hear from a distance, which you just said you were at a distance, you were able to hear the gist of the conversation.
The parade was nowhere close.
answer the question. Were you able to hear?
Oh, yes, sorry.
You were able to hear, even testifying that you were drinking vodka.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait, you can't hear while you're drinking vodka?
What else did you hear?
At what point and by whom?
At the same point, what did you hear from Erica at that point?
I don't remember.
But you remember hearing something from the driver of the vehicle who was inside of the car.
Yep.
But you don't remember what you heard from Erica, who was outside of the car and would be more easier to hear.
Okay. Thank you for being specific at that.
Ooh,
I remember Erica sitting there telling me that she wanted to go.
So she was telling you that from you being at a distance?
No, she was right next to me. That was when she was walking towards. She said, "Come on, let's go."
At what point was that? Because you just testified that you were at a distance.
Objection, argumentative. I'm also going to object to the manner in which this defendant is asking this witness these questions. He's intentionally misleading her. He's trying to confuse her.
I don't know if that's true. I think he might just
Mr.
be
Brooks, the purpose
confused
of
himself.
cross-examination is to ask questions that are relevant, test her credibility, other things like that. It gets to be a little confusing, at times maybe a little argumentative. I don't have all the reports in front of me, so I can't say whether it's misleading or not. But ask a direct question. You're able to ask leading questions so that she can answer directly. Be as specific as you can, time, place, circumstances. It's helpful for all.
I mean, the video is very clear that
But you can't testify right now, right? You can't make an argument about the video. So your opinion about it right now, that's not appropriate.
I want to.
Keep going. For the record, the objection was sustained.
You made a reference to being a reference to chesting up with the driver of the vehicle.
Chest up.
What was said at that point between you and who you were chesting up with?
Well, I'm not gonna go back to that, but I was sitting there saying that you shouldn't be hitting a woman. No, Brooks should not be hitting a woman. And Brooks was saying that Erica Patterson is not a woman.
Beast.
Are you sure that's what you heard?
Yeah.
At that moment when you were chesting up, in your words?
Yes.
You're sure that's what you heard?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
What then happened from that point?
Then we started brawling it out. Oh, me and Brooks started brawling it out.
What do you mean by brawling it out?
Threw a couple punches.
They see me rolling, we brawling.
I threw a punch. Brooks smacked me.
So did you put that in the report that you made, or the summary of the report that you gave to, I think it was Attorney Wichau said, a detective?
Objection, there's no evidence. This witness prepared a report or a summary.
Sustained.
Did you report that in your report?
I don't recall. Easy answer.
It's something that's in my memory, but I hope I did.
Not a good answer. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Would it be fair to say
It's a year
that
ago.
if you had just brawled with someone and talked to a
Objection calls
detective
for
that you would
speculation.
report it?
Objection
Would
calls for
that be fair to
speculation.
say?
Can you say that again?
Would it be fair to say that if you had just had a brawl with someone and you talked to police directly after the brawl that you would report it? Would that be fair to say?
Okay. I know you're asking a question, but
Hold on, you need to ask. You do need to ask.
okay.
You do need to answer his question. It called for a yes or no answer.
Okay, it's not in the report. I specifically said.
Oh.
That's not a question though.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so that's okay. Ask your next question.
Would it be fair to say by the video footage that there was no brawl? Or
I feel like Ricky here is going to start filming a plastic bag pretty soon. What about you guys? It's like, this is the most beautiful bag I've ever seen. Here it comes. Here it comes. We found out what happened after he and Jane ran away to New York. He just went to become a lawyer and moved back to Wisconsin.
were punches thrown by either party? Would that be fair to say?
There was.
Can we show the witness the video again?
Are you asking her whether the video shows a brawl?
Would it be fair to say that the video shows a brawl in which you just said that punches were thrown? That'd be fair to say.
Okay, so what's a brawl to you?
You can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm asking
Okay,
a question.
well-
Is your
Hold on,
thought?
Mr. Brooks, are you trying to ask whether are you going to confirm with her that she saw the video, and then on that video, you cannot see a brawl between her and Mr. Brooks? Is that what you're trying to get at?
A version of that, yes, but I was
You got
gonna,
to ask the questions
I
though
was
to
gonna
get to
say,
that.
can the video be shown to her again?
Ask your questions, sir.
In the video that you saw, would it be fair to say that a brawl was not depicted on that video? Would that be fair to say?
I don't know big words. What's depicted?
Can you see it in the videos? That's what you mean?
Yes.
That's what I mean.
Yes, I can see it.
I don't
You can
know
see the
big
brawl?
words.
Yeah, I don't. I say it's a brawl. It's just a couple. It's just like a push. Looks like a push, but it was a smack. And I got up,
Oh.
and yeah,
You got up, so
I got up and swung.
you were knocked to the ground.
No,
So where did you get up from?
from being pushed and smacked.
So you fell to the ground.
I didn't fall to the ground.
Sustained. Next question, sir.
What did? Well,
So would it be fair to say that in the video it shows you being knocked to the ground?
I was not knocked to the ground. I staggered back.
Would it be? I got kind of thrown off for a second.
You and me both.
I,
People need to make sure their phones and other electronics are not audible.
would it be fair to say that the video does not show you being knocked to the ground at any point? Would that be a fair assessment?
So I'll object to relevance because the witness never testified that she was knocked to the ground. So this is not a question aimed at her credibility.
She just said she got knocked to the ground.
She did not.
She,
She said she got up. I'm sorry. She said she got up, which would constitute being, if you're not knocked to the ground or down,
War
you can't
words
get up.
here, Mr. Brooks.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, she was clear.
she wasn't.
I think she
that
clarified
clear.
what it meant by getting up, and it might mean something different to you than it does to her. But we need to keep going.
So what, can I ask what
What do you mean by getting up?
what
You mean
is getting up?
pushed?
What does getting up mean to you?
Stagger back.
What? That's not
So
staggering back.
it would be fair to ask you then, does the video show you staggering back?
It does.
Does it show you being, as you called it, smacked?
It does.
Can we show her the video again?
Go ahead. Play the video.
You know that saying? It's like when an unstoppable force meets
You
an
want it to
immovable
the jury
object.
or to her?
To her.
I would ask that we publish it.
I think it's an exhibit, sir, and let's publish it. Okay.
This is like when a bowl of pudding meets a pile of mashed potatoes. Like this, they're like gonna brain meld by the end of this and become one extra moronic entity.
Your Honor, would it be too much to ask if we went straight to that part of the video?
Do you know the timestamp?
I don't have the timestamp.
I'm guessing this might be it right here.
It's coming up.
Let's just watch, and then we'll ask questions. You'll ask questions when we're done watching.
So we're playing from 3 minutes and 9 seconds on exhibit 3.
Oh, that was a smack. I saw it. And she makes that recovery. Is she gonna throw? Are you gonna throw hands at him, or did that happen in the exchange? Girl, you got pieced up.
You can.
He won that encounter. He kicked her ass. I don't know how that helps him,
Time
but
for
he
the
did.
stopping of the video, please.
3 minutes and 47 seconds.
Your question for her then, based on
My
that?
question would be, you just viewed the video again. That'd be fair to say.
I did.
At any time in that video, were you in fact smacked and staggered back?
Yeah.
Can I tell the exact time?
If you know, yes,
Oh,
go
like you're
ahead.
smirking.
At 3:23.
Oh,
Can we
that's so
see
smart.
323?
Go ahead. We'll start it a little bit before, so make sure to capture it. You should be able to see the time.
24.
Okay.
We went from about 319 to 327.
Thank you. Your question regarding the video, sir?
My question again would be the same question. You just saw it again. In the portion of the video you just saw, would it be fair to say on your part, your interpretation, that you were in fact smacked and staggered back?
Yes.
Next
Were
question.
you,
There you go.
are you sure you weren't over exaggerating that?
No.
You just let her say,
It
yeah,
looked
I'm
like
sure.
a push.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
That is argumentative.
Would you say again what happened directly after that?
Directly after the smack,
Directly
Object,
after what
asked
you
and answered.
say
You
is a
would you
smack?
say again what happened?
staggered back.
No, directly after that whole incident.
I call it get up, but I came back.
How is-
Came back and
I mean, he's got a point. She's
Swung.
not getting up from anything.
Would it be fair to say that the video doesn't show any of that you just said? Would that be fair?
No, it showed it pretty damn clear.
it shows it somewhere.
So would it be fair that you're saying your interpretation of what you just saw would constitute a brawl, as you say,
You know
or
that game
brawling it
Lemmings,
out, as
when you
say-
turn
as
the
you
one
say?
lemming into a digger, and he's got to dig down into
Hold
the
on, Mr.
dirt,
Brooks.
and you know he's
I've
gonna
given you a
fall
lot
and
of
die.
leeway on this
You do it
topic.
anyway?
What's the relevance of all of this at this
That's what he's
point?
doing
I think
right
you
now.
made your point
I
about
thought
what
that-
happened and what didn't, and what's in the video and what's not, and the jury can ultimately decide that. You can argue it later on to the
I'm
jury.
sorry, I thought this. they
Where are we
was
going?
Supposed to object to that. If they saw an objection, I'm a little confused about that.
I need the questioning to kind of circle back to what's relevant for the trial.
Well, I thought it was relevant because of what the video is actually depicting.
Yeah,
and
which is
that
you hitting
video's
her
gonna
brother,
speak
it
for
doesn't help.
itself. It's been an exhibit.
Yes, it
And
does.
so
Yeah, it
you've
does.
asked a lot of questions about it. So let's move on. Under 90611, that's my authority. I'm telling you to move forward. Next line of
Did you
questioning.
hear anything after the, as you say, brawling out? Did you hear anything coming from the vehicle? Was anything said to you directly coming from the vehicle at that point?
Do you understand the question?
Would it be after you leave? Oh wait, Brooks leaves? Or when
I was
Brooks
clearing
gets
what
in.
I just asked after the brawling it out.
But you asked directed at her, and then you said anything from the vehicle. So that's a compound question. So you need to be specific.
Did you hear anything after the brawling it out, as you say? Did you hear anything directed towards you?
Directed towards me? No.
You said trick ass hoe.
Did you hear anything directed towards Nick?
Better not have fucking said anything to me.
I remember something being said.
Do you recall what was said?
I do not.
Did you hear anything directed towards Erica?
Yes.
What did you hear directed towards Erica?
At what time?
Right after the brawling it out, as you say. Did you hear anything directed specifically towards Erica?
Not till he left. No,
His-
not till Brooks left.
His vocal cadence is like a friend of mine. Now, every
Would
time
you
I
say
talk
that
to
again?
that
Not
person,
till Brooks
I'm going to think
left.
that they sound just stupid.
So did you or did you not hear anything directed towards Erica after the brawling it out, as you say?
Oh, okay, no.
There's about
So
10
can we
minutes
pull
left.
that statement up again?
Oh,
Go ahead. The state would do that once again. Just to the preview.
it's not Drex. You guys have heard Drex. He doesn't sound like this. Come on.
I'm reading directly from the statement where it says,
Mr. Brooks, it may or may not be a statement, so you need to be accurate. I know you're referring to
the
a police report.
summary of the statement. I'm reading directly from the summary of the statement.
That she didn't write. You're not
where
helping
it
yourself,
says,
bro.
Runkle stated that after a short dispute between her, Kirby, and Brooks, she saw Brooks get back into the red SUV and heard him saying something to the effect of "F you effing bees, you're dead," as he was leaving.
That's right.
So I'll check on 2 grounds. 1, asked and answered, and 2, this could confuse the witness because it's not. She used the F and the B.
Sustained.
Wait,
There
what?
was something on the back end of that I didn't get to.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, sir, but
It was-
you've already asked that question before, so the objection is sustained.
I actually don't recall asking a question directly to that part of the summary.
I do. You read through that previously.
It
Do
doesn't
you
matter if you
remember what
read
the
through it
question was,
previously.
so that I don't re-ask the same question?
The question is what matters.
Mr. Brooks, move on.
He wants to ask a question about this statement. I think he's in the right here.
Did you ever hear something to the effect of "F you effing bees, you're dead"?
I did.
At what point did you hear that?
While Brooks was leaving.
So that would it be fair to say that you heard that after the brawling
Yes.
it out?
You shook your head. Can you say
Yes.
Thank you.
That's a little confusing. So
Mr. Brooks, that's not a question. You're attempting to
I'm
testify.
about to ask a question.
You
If I
can't
can
do
get
that.
to it,
Ask your question. But you also can't mischaracterize the testimony or the evidence up to this point.
what do you mean?
In your
Oh,
questions, you can't mischaracterize prior testimony or evidence. You have to be accurate. So
I'm trying to be, but it's
what's your next question, sir?
hard.
it is hard. That's why you let a public defender do it for you.
Just a quick second.
No.
Right, unless you have a
You-
different topic.
It
Anything-
is,
hold
it
on.
is.
Anything related to this, what's in the summary, the questions regarding what she heard or didn't hear around this time, we've gone through that. You've gone through it. Under 906.11, you need to move on and ask a new line of questions.
I was trying to, if I can get to it.
Go ahead.
That was kind of funny.
This part of the summary that I'm looking at now says Runkle stated that she did see pictures of Brooks following the Christmas parade incident via social media. And Runkle confirmed that was Brooks was I don't know, it looks kind of, I don't know if that's a mark on my screen that's going through. Okay. I couldn't read it.
I'll object. I don't think there's a question there.
Right.
He's
I
trying
didn't-
to
I
get to
didn't
the
get
question.
to
He
it.
just couldn't get through the statement because there's a
I'll
mark
object
on
to
screen.
the ongoing commentary with lack of any questioning.
And I'll sustain that objection.
Oh, I do have a question. I do have a question. You said that you had known Erica roughly since you were rooming up at the women's shelter. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you have any idea why she would refer to you as Corey Gray?
Because I go by that.
So how close would you say you guys were?
Close.
Ooh.
Close, like hung out all the time, every day.
Yes. Hung
Close,
out every
like
day.
curtain shopping? Like how close?
Sorry.
And do you know of any time before November the 21st of 2021? Do you know of any time before that Erica mentioned to you anything about the relationship that she had with Brooks outside of what you learned that day?
Can you say that again?
At any time before November 21st of 2021, did Erica ever confide any information to you before that day?
Any
did.
information?
What was the nature of the
Information.
It's not allowed to be brought up.
Oh.
I think she's referring to a pretrial ruling that she's aware of.
Yep.
So you want to rethink asking that question, sir? Otherwise, I'm going to allow her to answer it.
What pretrial?
Ask
I'm
for a
not gonna state-
sidebar.
No,
That
I'm
right
not.
now.
Are we both privy to the same pretrial procedure? There was a pretrial ruling about.
Oh, they muted it at the last second, you bastards. Axline says, why is he in a jumpsuit still? Doesn't that prejudice the jury? He chooses to be in a jumpsuit.
Do
He's
you
been
want
given
her
the option
answer
to
that
appear in a
question, or
suit.
do you want to move on?
I want to move on.
All right, I'll strike that question from the record. The jury will disregard the question that was asked.
So I want to ask, was there any during the brawling out?
So people are asking why he just helped him there. Why is the prosecution helping him? The state has to be careful with this guy. Like, because a basic review of the record shows that there's a big potential to take advantage of him. A pretrial ruling that the state's witness knows about as part of her trial prep. They need to know, or letting him know that they're on the same page so that they're talking about the same thing is fine. That's an okay assistance thing for them to do. And it also covers their ass from, oh, we had this pretrial ruling, but we're going to just let him kick the door open on it. No problem, because he's retarded. Like, you don't want that, because you don't want the state taking advantage of a pro se litigant. I'm sorry, pro per. There's no reason to take that risk.
Out point. Was there any interaction between the driver of the vehicle and Nick
There was.
Did it involve tongue?
Do you remember what the nature of that interaction or exchange was between those two?
I don't know. I just remember jumping in front.
Do you recall any threats being made towards Nick or from Nick towards the driver of the vehicle?
Oh, I do.
Relevance.
Overruled. She may answer.
I do.
Do you remember what was said specifically?
Not specifically, but I remember Brooks getting mad because Nick was coming to Erica's rescue. Right along with Corey. Me.
Do you recall any knife being involved in any of that situation
No
during
knife.
that exchange whatsoever?
No knife.
Were you aware that that was why police was responding to that incident?
I did not.
Okay.
Did you at any time have a knife during that incident?
I did not.
Do you know if Nick had a knife during that incident?
He did not.
Do you know if Erica had a knife Do you know if Erica had a knife during that incident?
She did not.
As far as your memory, do you recall reporting that a knife was involved in that incident?
I do not.
Do you recall if Nick reported a knife being involved in that incident?
It's possible.
Do you recall Erica reporting that a knife was involved in that incident?
I do not.
Oh,
You testified to drinking a half pint of vodka that day. Was that the only thing you had to drink that day?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were tipsy?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you may even have been intoxicated?
No.
For any reason that day, acknowledging that you were drinking, would that have impaired your thinking of the situation in any way?
no.
No.
Dumb question.
So would it be fair to say that you were of clear and sober mind during that whole incident after drinking a half pint of vodka?
Yep.
Yes.
I drink that for breakfast with my
So there-
Cheerios.
To the best of your memory, there wouldn't be any reason why you may have left something out or maybe not been clear about anything that happened during that specific
Getting close to an
incident.
objection.
Possibly left some things out.
Why would you say that?
Do you remember what they might have been?
No.
Do you know the plaintiff?
Objection for previous reasons.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
Plaintiff, the state?
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Runkle, you met with Detective David Van Els to provide a statement on November 22nd of 2021. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That's accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You remember telling Detective Van Els when he was asking you about this incident that when you arrived, you heard Darrell Brooks telling Erica Patterson that he was going to, quote, smash her face in and that he was going to kill her. End quote.
Objection leading.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Van Els that As you saw Brooks get back into the red SUV, you heard him say something to the effect of, quote,
He's doing.
"Fuck you, fucking bitches, you're dead." End
Yeah,
quote.
throw it down.
I do.
Okay. During your
He's doing
cross-examination,
his line of questioning for him.
you
It's nice.
repeatedly referred to a person as Brooks. The person depicted in the video, Exhibit 3, the person that you chested up to, is that person in the courtroom?
He is.
Can you point him out for us and just very clearly tell us where he's sitting, what he's wearing?
You want me to point?
Yes, please.
All right, he's right there and he's wearing orange.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It will.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Oh, shit. He
Thank
just
you.
put it down. No problem.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
I mean, you had it already from the video, but. Okay. Well, that was, in many ways, that was horrible. Because, whoops, that's not what I want. Damn it. There we go. There we go. Let's get the fuck rid of this. Oh my gosh. Well, that got kind of painful. It started off funny and then it dragged on for a bit. But yeah, looks like, I mean, the man is floundering on every line of questioning, everything, because he doesn't know how to do this. He doesn't know how to do this at all. But we're in for quite a bit of this trial. So I will be streaming it tomorrow. Do they start at 8:30 in the morning, or are they up to 9 at least? That's the real question. Are they up to 9? So let me see. Brooks trial. Darrell Brooks trial. No, takeaways from T4. Oh, you know what? I bet Law and Crime already has it scheduled. I'll just cheat and look at their stupid page. Stupids. Turn that shit off. It's scheduled 8:30 a.m. So Central Time. That's where we'll be. Oh my God. Ugh. 2 minutes. What? The rest of it? I don't want to watch the last 2 minutes. Do we? I mean, I guess we could real quick. Hold on. Is there something else that happens? If we watch this and nothing happens, I'm gonna kill you.
All right,
in
ladies and
Minecraft.
gentlemen of the jury, this will be an excellent stopping point for us this evening. Thank you for your patience this evening. I do need to go through one instruction with you. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic
Like my
devices
OnlyFans
such
page.
as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not
Yeah, I'm
listen
skipping
to
these
any
instructions.
conversation about this case. Do not research.
This is boring.
Listen to any other electronics, computers, addition party, or witness is unknown or experienced owner of those with message. So do not electronically them. You go. You may
Boring.
heard the end, and then we can explain provide information to people.
For the jury to leave.
Mr. Brooks, I want to commend you for a couple of things. Number one, asking to come back into the courtroom. I really appreciate that. I appreciate you being here. I think it runs much smoother when you are here, assuming you follow all the rules, which you have done a very good job at this afternoon.
Nice.
I also want to commend you on cooperating with the process even before you were brought over here. You were respectful. But you also made appropriate objections. You asked questions on cross-examination. Despite not wanting to unmask at first, you did do that, and I appreciate that. You asked some cogent, relevant questions, some of which went directly to the credibility of the witness. I would add, you might not always artfully ask the questions, but I think you're making some solid points.
Oh my God.
And
calm down.
I would encourage you to keep prepping, to have questions written out
He's a
based on the
prepper?
materials that you have. I really appreciate that you came back over and that you've been following the rules. I also want to encourage you, sir, to, if you choose, to wear your suit or other street clothes. It is your choice. I will let you make that choice. But I encourage you to consider that. I don't think there's anything we need to address other than perhaps timing. We went a little bit late here tonight, so I think I'm going to have the jurors report. I tell them we're going to bring them into the courtroom at 9. That usually means a little bit earlier with their protocol. We'll still start at 8:30 to address any housekeeping items at that point in time. Is there anything the state wants to address right now, or any record you want to make?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Brooks, anything you want to address right now, or any record you want
I
to
want
make?
to undress.
I just thank you for giving me a chance to come back in, and I appreciate what you said.
It works well when you're here, sir. I hope we
Let me just
continue
say
this.
something very, very quick. I was waiting for my COVID results to come back before I feel comfortable getting back dressed up. So I kind of just prefer to just stay in the orange right now.
All right, that's your choice.
They said I should be having the results. Hopefully by the time I get back, I might know some. If not, I'll know some tomorrow morning. So that would be a big influence on.
Okay, fair enough. The other thing is I had not been utilizing an all rise. Sometimes you stand, sometimes you don't. It is something I'd like to go back to, especially as it relates to the jurors. It's out of respect for them. So I will be doing an all rise for when the jurors enter and exit. And just given some of our logistics, I'm not looking for an all rise for when I enter at all. So my bailiffs are aware of that. But
Don't worry,
that's,
Judge.
it
They
for
all
today.
rise
Good
when
night,
you enter
everyone. We'll see
already.
everyone at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
You don't need to tell them to rise, Judge. Just don't worry. Everybody's simping for Judge Mommy already. But no, okay. So this is a weird thing. I would encourage you guys to do some homework. I'll assign you some homework, because that's important. In Ronnie O'Neill III's case, the judge kind of did the same thing. It's so weird. I don't know if they're simping, like that kind of gets put on them. They're kind of simping for the judge is like attracted to the defendant, whatever. Or maybe they're just patronizingly racist. Like, oh, I didn't expect the dark man to ask a smart question. Like, like, I don't know what it is, but it's weird when it comes across this way. Yeah, I don't like it. It's strange. But anyway, that was wild. Nick has a GILF. No, not this one. No, I actually am not a huge fan, but I know a lot of people in the chat are like, sanction me, mommy. Otto Rommel says, how does it feel going through life with a small bladder and no sphincter control? It feels painful right now that you say it. You do not consent to homework? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All right. Okay, so I've got some super chats to read, and we've got a daily unbreaded to do, which I think is very important. I think that's very important. I didn't get around to it last night because we're talking for so long. All right, here we go. Oh, the homework was to go watch the like Ronnie O'Neill and his closing statements when the judge just sits and praises him forever, talks about how he'd be a great lawyer right before he got the fucking death penalty or whatever in Florida. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, we got a couple chats over on Odyssey I want to read. First, Radicalized Ryan sent an Odyssey bit comment. Fred Gruffo says Odyssey for the win. Radicalized Ryan sent a Odyssey coin. And then Johnny Reb 84. Nick, us crazy berserkers watched the 7 hours of jury instructions with Legal Vices. Although I started late and watched on accelerator speed, but the copyright struck the stream and took it down. A&E Media Group. Oh, they did. They did. I heard it got taken down, but he got right back on, didn't he? That was probably the automated system. You got to be careful who you pull from, because some of these stations have an automated system that will detect like their content simulcasted to another channel, and you'll get like a little warning on your YouTube Studio. A little light turns yellow, and then you have like 1 second to get that shit off your screen, or they'll temporarily suspend it. But I think he got back on right after, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so that was good. Okay. All right. What do we got here? Okay. My very important miter. I do want to say that if you check out the front page of Rumble, last night's stream is the #1 spot on the top 50 leaderboard, which was awesome. And then tonight's stream is front page, prominent. It's the recommended video right up front. So very, very awesome to see that coming. That's you guys clicking that plus button. And I appreciate that a lot. That helps people know that I'm here, people who may have never heard of me. Because if you've been on Rumble for a long time and not looking around for new stuff, you might not know. You might not know that the Pope has arrived. So here we go. Let's do this. I got to get my number generator. I got to get my usury calculator. Here we go. There it is. You know what? I bet we could use music on Rumble, like in reasonable bits, and not get copyright claimed on fucking everything. That's crazy. Like, thinking of the possibilities here. Okay, here we go. Page 65. It sounds familiar, but we're going to check it out anyway. What do we got here? Oh. Okay. I hope the 12,500 of you watching are familiar with the Unbreaded. Here we go. This is the Ballad of Matthew Harris and his book, Death Sentences. His. She knows that she is his. She knows that the Matt Harris is his. They know, we know, therefore it is. The Matt Harris knows that the whole world is solved by understanding their love. The Matt Harris knows that the only thing that exists is their love. The rest of the world is a result of them combined. Who we are together. The Matt Harris does not respond to any events in the world. The Matt Harris doesn't think about anything except through her. The Matt Harris is always oriented towards her soul. The Matt Harris is always feeling her through the world and his thoughts. He knows how she feels, what she wants, and where she is in every way. The Matt Harris feels her as if they are one. He knows that 1 + 1 is not 2. We are both 1 and 2 at the same time. The Matt Harris knows that we can do anything. The Matt Harris knows that together, he and his soulmate are more powerful than anything. The Matt Harris knows that together, he and his soulmate are the only gods in existence. Together, we are above reality. The Matt Harris knows that together, the only real thing, the only perfection, the only requirement, the only truth is we are more than anything else. The whole world goes silent. Everything obeys. The Matt Harris knows that the only thought he ever has is her. Everything else is a distraction. Everything else is a means Mana mana. 5 wives minimum, and this paragraph is to each of them. Kill the unworthy men. No warning, kill them all. Kill the patience, generosity, and hesitation in yourself. Then let that new self kill your enemies. Set that new self free to dominate everything and everyone you encounter. Serve only your tribe with ruthless speed and urgency. Kill that pointless in yourself that feels good for using words. No word is worth feeling good about. Kill that part in yourself that smiles when you say something clever. No sentence is worth feeling good about. Stop trying to have a conversation or express anything. Nothing important can be said to the enemy in words. Only attacking the shit out of them and brutalizing their blood into patterns on the wall gets a point across. Stealing their possessions, racist, and burning their homes gets a point across. Let the blood talk it out. Let the blood talk. Let the blood tell them who you are and what you demand. Don't let them sleep in warm beds and feel comfort and relief from your distance. Chase them all the way back home and into their rooms. Chase them into their panic rooms and set fire to the whole house around it. Chase them into their bug out shelters and put smoke into the ventilation. Make their bodies writhe and choke. Make them cough up blood and use that blood to stain your shirt. Give yourself a nice symbol that will mean more than any logo you could buy in a store. Wear their blood as a sign of self-esteem. Buy a plain shirt and turn it into a piece of history. You wear the unworthy man's blood stain on it for the rest of your life. Take everything that belongs to other tribes if you want it. Take more than you could ask for. Take more than you could ever expect them to give you. Then take more to prove to yourself that they aren't worthy of your consideration. Take more than you feel like taking just to prove to yourself that bingers are overworthy. Be redundant in your abuse and theft of them. It really isn't theft or stealing to take from them what they owe you, uncountable wealth and money from slavery. The corporations that own my family became the biggest multinational agriculture company on the planet. The farm that gave me the name Harris became the biggest corporation. Binger, you already know their name if I say it and it begins with a Monsanto. Yep. That they are still the same as they ever were. Quit playing friends. You can't be friends with unworthy people. Here's a thought experiment for the next time you think your graduate school advisor is a nice man despite being unworthy. Here's a thought experiment for the next time you think you have friends who care about you despite being unworthy. Could a slave be friends with a unbred? There we go, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. That was the Daily Unbreaded. That is the Ballad of Matt Harris. The book is Death Sentences. It is still findable on the internet. It is 800 pages of wisdom and glory. And I'm glad to be able to read it to you. Okay. Now that said, we've got, well, we're going to, I think what I got to do, I got to get some sleep. So I'm going to do the rest of the Rumble rants, the chats on locals, the Odyssey chats as well. We're going to get all those, and then we're going to call it a night. And then we'll be back tomorrow morning. Apparently at 8:30 for housekeeping issues. Bring cocaine or whatever. Bring cocaine. You're going to need it. Here we go. This fucking fly. If I catch you, I'm going to kill you. Oh, I just hit him. He's dying. Hold on. No, fucking. God, I hate flies. I hate them. All right. No one to you says Nick did Crowder, Arthur, Drake, pulled an H3. Oh, Nick did Crowder, Arthur, Drake, pulled an H3 on you. Cuckle doodle doo. Crowder be like, Nick's funnier. Dave, go to Mug Club because meow. Crowder wasn't there. I knew Crowder wasn't going to be there. I knew Dave Landau was the host. So, but yeah. Let's see. Corundum 2 says, I'm a free inhabitant of your mom. Oh, wow. Samuel Founding Father says, I own Google shares. Would a lawsuit about banning profitable accounts negatively affecting shareholders work? That's a deep question. That's a deep question. But so a shareholder class action against Google for reducing profits by banning profitable streamers. Maybe. It's an interesting theory. The type of people who would fight that would be like Dylan Law Group, who's representing Ariadna Jacobs. They represented James Damore against Google. And then, of course, the other classes of people that were represented in that lawsuit. Wait, what? Degsworth says you talked about them taking 3 views, but you two were competing the whole trial. What do you, huh? Okay, I don't know what you mean, but that's okay. I don't know what that is. All right. Cryptoki over on Locals says, hi, Nick. First time using Locals. I suppose Locals tips are where you'll be reading super chats from now. Well, I mean, yes, but also Rumble Rants, also Odyssey, wherever. I like the Locals chat, and I have it as an option, and people can tip in there if they want to. And of course, I will read them and address them, as I will all of them. So I think Locals has the best overall cut, but you're already paying to be in the chat. So it's up to you. I try to make the value of the Locals chat the fact that like you've paid for this exclusive space. But if you want to tip in there, I mean, you can. I'm not stopping you. I'll read them. All right, next. Savvy Sue says Locals chat is the best chat. Get that butt. Locals chat also does allow you to post memes and pictures in it, which is great. It's part of it that I really enjoy. Implier says, you need a late night stream with you and Dave on Rumble Uncensored. It would be very unbreaded. Also, YouTube, get fucked, you figgots. Damn. Yeah, I had fun talking to Dave. He seems like a good dude. I'm not super familiar with him before that. Blaze of Glory over on Rumble says, tell Rex I'm disappointed in him. All he had to do was give Mama Drex, I think. All he had to do was give Mama Susan the big brown throwdown to slay her thirst, and the beast would return to her 1,000-year slumber. He's too busy with the wife. That's what he was doing. Too busy with his wife. C3 Metal. It's 2 pages in Alex Jones rackets. No, my voice would die. Fat Dolphin says, chest up, dicks out. Ginger Ninja says, the baby prosecutor been handed the easiest and yet high-profile case. He gets to make his career off this. I'm a retarded carpenter, and I could get this dude convicted. Oh, Degsworth. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I was just joking. Alex the Terrible says, keep it up, Nick. I'll never forget watching Kyle R get acquitted on your stream last year. Also, check out the Odyssey chat. I have been. I'm not sure what specifically I'm looking for, but okay. Ginger Ninja says, take your swing. Dread Seamus. Oh, first paid chat. Dance for me, monkey. What do you want me to do? Stammy says, Elijah was on tonight and struggling. I enjoyed watching his local stream. Please teach him how to create a live stream chat. Yeah, he messaged me. I will try to do that. Ginger Ninja says, is that Krause's daughter? Oh God. Ginger Ninja, is this trial in the local court? Yes. It's in Waukesha County Court. USA Now says not doing good. Probably have cancer in dick, butthole, colon, prostate, uterus, urinary cyst, belly button, stomach, intestinal, or gas. I don't know. It hurts all the time and much worse when I move or shift weight. Not bad enough for ER. Fuck me. Well, bro, yes, go to the ER or at least go to urgent care. The hell's wrong with you? It hurts constantly all around all the important parts of my body, but it could get worse, I guess. No. New Orleans Lady 72 in the Rumble chat. I will be live streaming the trial here on Rumble. I'll be making a link after the show ends, so it's ready for people to go, and I'll post it. I'll post the link on Locals as I always do, so you'll be able to go there. But if you always want to know where I'm streaming, follow for free on Locals so that you get the notifications when I put up a post about a new stream. Fat Dolphin says, why is this judge so fucking wet for this faggot? Damn. I don't know. Royal Plague 45 says, any word on Alex Jones? Not yet. No. Fat Dolphin says, can we make Brooks president? Theoretically, yes. Do it fast enough. No, he can't pardon himself in Wisconsin. Never mind. KMJ says, would it be fair to say that we need an interpreter for Mr. Brooks and Runkle of the Streets? Because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Lol. Look, you need to spend more time in the hood. You would have understood every word. Legardicus says, internet flaggatry led to YouTube faggotry. Fuck that shit. The unbreaded will laugh at them and thrive on. Thank you. The Aussie Mozzie says, Mephisto's movie. What the fuck? Why is it like this? Mephisto's movie did a stream support for you. God damn it. I got to find it real quick. There it is. Mephisto's movie reviews did a stream support for you today. Shout out to that dude. Only at just over 1,000 and subs and had your back. Yeah, very cool. Mephisto's awesome. And I'll probably be doing another show with them at some point, maybe even in November. We will see. I think I have it penciled in, assuming all works. Next. Why me 953? I wanted to comment on Good Logic stream bashing the YouTube censors / woke scolds, but he was only on YouTube, not Rumble, and I sure as heck ain't giving YouTube a cent, so I'll give you the money instead. Hey, thank you. M4 now says if 50,000 subscribers donated $2, it would beat the GoFundMe amount Trashfuls made. That is true. That is true. WG Roy 64. Why don't we boycott Keffel's sponsors? I know he has done. I'm talking about his chief sponsor, YouTube. Let's not forget all the friends of Nick's not on Rumble, but still on YouTube. Cryptoki says, Nick, don't give a shit. I already paid. We'll tip for the fuck YouTube nod each time. By the way, your Rittenhouse trial coverage was pure gold. Any chance of re-uploading that content if it's not already there? Yeah, I have it all. I have all of the Rittenhouse streams archived. It'll be a mess to redo them, or like to put them all in order. We'll see how it goes though. Like, cause there is still actually a possibility that the channel will be restored if any of these appeal measures are successful. And there's no way to know. We just got to wait. But I have them all. I can do it. It'll make me want to die. Let's see. WG Roy 64. Why don't we boycott? Oh, wait, I read that one. Imorsk says use Brave web browser. It blocks YouTube ads without having to log in and no issues. Fuck their revenue. Love, man. No homo. Airplane Arms says hello. Music and Fiction. Congrats. You blew out Dan Bongino in the leaderboard for Rumbles. Coming for you, Bongi. Coming for you. Have me on your show. Map Hanger says Duncan McTroon is apparently up to his incessant faggotry again. He has his brigade of special needs geese after your Twitch channel now. What a cockfag. That guy gets pegged with a 44-gallon drum. I mean, my Twitch channel is literally just me hanging out and having fun. Locals Gaming exists, so like I'm not super worried about my Twitch channel. I also have very milquetoast Twitch channel content, so It's just watching, movies and playing video games. But if he wants to go after it, he can. I guess if he wants to do that. The amazing thing is, these people don't understand anything about what they do. There are people that you can destroy by taking their thing away, right? Like you can do that. You can take away their job. They're used to doing that, right? Call the mob to take out someone's ability to work. Go after every new job that they have, just hound them into the dirt, right? Like that gives them the only power and control they'll ever have in their life when they act as a mob, which is really just a tool for an existing public agenda. That's what they are. They think they have power, but realize they're just, it's like saying a drill has power. Your drill doesn't have power unless someone pulls the trigger on it. And so they think that they're powerful, though. They think they have something. And there are some people they can really genuinely harm. Like they all think right now that like I will go broke and die and that everything's going to be bad. I have temporarily taken an income setback, and I fully expect to blow past what my income was before. And I have every indication of growth, whether YouTube comes back or not. And the worst part is, this is the worst part for little Duncan. Duncan, if YouTube never comes back and my Rumble doesn't ever grow or whatever, I'll still make a shitload more money than you ever will. Sorry. Like, I don't know what to say, buddy. Maybe this just isn't the profession for you, but you can't destroy or break me because you take away YouTube. There's infinite other avenues. The other funny thing is, Duncan, every one of my Twitch streams out-earns every one of yours. It's not even close. And that's what you do. And that's where I rest. Dude, you're not good at this. Not at all. But you can dance in your empty victory. It's not the one you think it is. No one to you says Crowder was just afraid to do unbreaded. Blitix says turn off ad block for Rumble helps them out. Cult of Personality says, did you see Pippa reacted to your eating on her last stream? Prayers your YouTube channel comes back. I did. It was awesome. Pippa was a bro. Gooch 1701 says F YouTube. No White Guilt Clip says highly recommend schoolofthewest.world for any homeschoolers out there. No Name Guy says Nick, promote Joe's Rumble. It'll help. Does Joe have a Rumble? I think he's building it, right? Absolutely. Go subscribe to Good Logic on Rumble. I guess if we want to convince these other guys to get off YouTube. But I want to be very clear on something. I want to build Rumble for me and for Rumble, but I'm not going to be this guy who's spent all this time like resisting making the full jump and going, now we got to get these guys over here. We got to do this. We got to do that. We got to do. It's not my job to force anybody or pressure anybody to do what like that. You have to do what's right for your brand, product, show, whatever you want to call it. And it's not me and my job to decide what they need to do now that something has happened to me. So that's not how I operate. But if these guys are promoting their Rumbles, and stuff like that, you guys are here. You see how it works, and it does. It's pretty cool. Seek the Light says we need to organize a Rumble Day where we get as many content creators to post only on Rumble for the day as a protest to YouTube and to show Rumble to people who haven't seen it. Map Hanger, Taylor, Lorenz, Docs, and Frank. Screw that bitch. Hang on. Nah, would rather masturbate. Aussie Overlord. Raggets made the top of the Rumble top 50 for 10-6 by 20,000 views and 1,000 rumbles. Smack that plus button like a thick girl's ass going cowgirl and make sure he gets to the top today again. Red King Gone says, I'm glad you're on here here further proving I made the right decision to start a channel here. Also, thanks for being entertaining while I go get over COVID's book. Maiden Iron, I don't know if I'm not doing Twitch tonight. If I do Twitch tonight, it'll be 5 a.m. and I got to be up for a show at 8:30, and I am already on 3.5 hours of sleep. So I'm gonna get done and go to bed. My Lifestyle says, let's get Nick subbed to 70K. Subscribe now. And we did. We broke that. We broke that 70K. So thank you. Blue-Eyed Roof Korean says, I also go by Pinochet's helicopter tours. Sorry, my super chat got you banned. Donating all proceeds from a special I'll run for feds and family tours. 20% off with valid Fed ID. Use promo code Parasite. Thank you. Dread Seamus, are you getting the tip chats from locals as well? Yes. Yes. I'm trying to stick to the same kind of formula. $20 plus anywhere. I try and grab first and then kind of go in whatever order I get them. Harbinger 345, hashtag free Rekieta law. Hans One Pack says, any chance to review Jones's final argument is on point to your banning. Any chance to review Jones' final argument is on point to your banning. Oh, Alex Jones' final argument. Oh, maybe. Did they do closing arguments today in Alex Jones? Alan Robertson says, love to update your frame on this video with the Rumble logo. Email me the one you have, and I will update it. AlanRobertson@gmail.com. Titan Eagle, have a drink on me, fine sir. Well, I guess if you twist my arm like that. Dick Dickstein says, play the song, go to bed, fucker. No, we're going to read the rest of these chats. This is how I do this. Respect the chats at all times. Nick's Gay Lover, I'd totes subscribe to your locals, but I'm already subbed to Darkside Phil on YouTube and can't afford another subscription. Also, tell Good Logic I'm happy he's recovered from monkeypox. Look, I would never want to take money out of DSP's pocket. Chili Cheese J says, Matt Walsh spoke on my campus tonight, and it went really well. But of course, there were screeching trans activists outside the location. Matt Walsh is a hero. Mike Svoboda, lol, awesome. Happy birthday, M4A now. My Lifestyle says, let's get Nick subs to 70K. Subscribe now. Night of Hopex, you want to argue about vigilanteism while we're on a new platform where nobody can hear us? Use the F slur, by the way. For old time's sake, lol, don't. I'm joking. Night of Hopex says, hey, can we call him a motherfucking faggot-ass dick sucker now? You come to the wrong party, Monograph. We can actually say what you are on Rumble. Eat shit. My Lifestyle says, let's get Nick subs to 70K. Subscribe now. And those are 3 separate ones. I didn't read those over and over and over again. Jster 002. Darrell was making his way downtown. Driving fast, faces past, and he's homebound. Staring blankly ahead, just making a way through the crowd. You motherfucker. No. Oh my gosh. I hate you. John Liebert says trannies will never be the gender they co-opt and can't procreate, so they need to brainwash children like a malignant parasitic cancer to make more copies through state institutions and government enablers. Oh. I'm still done for that fucking song. Social Media Patriot says it's bullshit that YouTube booted you. It's not much, but I'm sending you some support. Keep up the good work. Apparently, YouTube wants people to forget about this maniac mass murderer. Mark Colo says, hi, Shaster lawyer. Stay unbreaded. We're still behind you. Greetings from Poland. My Lifestyle says, we got to 70,000. Mr. Pig 3804. Hey, bud, thanks for the kind words, but more physical than mental. You have a rare talent for toast. I'm honored. Oh, well, thank you. Elephant says, Montegraph is a child diddler. Treeboy85 never donated to anyone before, but the ban is BS. Not much, but I hope it helps. It does. It really does. Tarkina53, we really need a mute button for chat for obnoxious people like Pedograph and Keffels. Nick, can you suggest that to Rumble? Yes, I can. Redone777, a monster attacked those dancing grannies, and Nick Rekieta was attacked by a dirty tranny. No joke, anti-woke. The second witness on cross was good. Brooks didn't do as bad. The John Beck says she's sitting in the same chair as you, Nick. The privilege. St. John Penuel at Monograph, hashtag by St. John. Okay. What was I going to say? Fuck. There's something I was going to say, and now I can't think of it. Oh, well. Drunken Norse. Hi, Nick. Here's a reminder to take a sip of your finest whiskey. Thanks, Law Daddy. High West Double Rye is what I'm drinking right now. Very good whiskey. Nick's gay lover. This is the kind of chick you take to Fuddruckers and buy her one Long Island iced tea, and she'll let you stick it in any fold on her body. Hashtag hail BBWs. Hashtag hail Farron. Night of Hope says, okay, I can't take this level of ignorance anymore. I got to tap out. Good night, buddy. Good coverage. Thank you. Wrestler Town. I want all trials to be 80 IQ versus 80 IQ from now on. Keep the lawyers out of it. No one to you. This witness is involved with the same circles, in my opinion. Her body language and other shit. Not saying, just saying hood rat certified. Hood ratchet. Hood ratchet. Topher Jan says, Nick, I almost forgot. Are you going to release all the info of the people who filed bar complaints? I understand if you tactically don't want to. I'm not doing anything right now. Oh, shit. WF Foley says, like Obi-Wan, you were struck down, but come back stronger than imagined. Red King 1 says, I'm not sure what's worse, having COVID or listening to these idiots argue. Nate0490 says, really wish the Rumble app had a video timeline bar. There's no way to select a previous point in the video on live. Hopefully, they also add the chat window to the app. I would love a pop-out window on Rumble. I think that'd be great. Mr. Pig 3804, when I was a homicide detective, I would give a witness statement form to all potential witnesses to complete and draft my own summary of events. Jason of TGA, why does that lawyer look like he sat on something pointy? Big Gopher Guy 911, come on, Nick. We all know all blacks sound the same. Fair. Death Trout says, new job going well. Unfortunately, I work nights and can only watch 2 nights a week. RIP. SC Medic 71 says, this guy ain't only pro se, he's downright pro-tarded. Jason, oh, that's what it was. I just remembered. I know Medicare wants me on the 8th. First of all, my contact with Jim was on Twitter. I guess I could probably contact him on post. Maybe I should reach out. I don't think I can do a stream with him on the 8th, unfortunately. But I'll reach out and talk to him and see. Because that's in 2 days. I got to figure out timing and stuff like that. Because I would love to go on Jim's stream. I would love to go on. But I don't think I've got some family stuff going on. Jason of TGA, why does that man behind the rat-faced lawyer appear to have boobs? Mr. Pig 3804, judge praised him so she can meet with him later in his cell. Oh my goodness, it sounds very Roman. Chaos Drive 50, long live Pope Rackets. Also, did you get in contact with the quartering? Yes, I did. He wanted to link you up with his lawyer to help get your YouTube channel back. I did. Quartering's a bro. Jason of TGA, there's a whole story arc revolving around Kyle Rittenhouse, the grifter Lynn Wood, and those pesky anons, which should be told one day. That kid fell on Clover. Blaine 20, the Rundown Live wants you on their show. That they do. Mario Kart 3, which I'm happy to, it's all scheduling. That's the only thing. Can I schedule it? If I can, I tend to try. Mario Kart 13, Your Honor, the driver of the vehicle was Darrell Brooks, the person. I am the executor of the Darrell Brooks Corporation that is also called Darrell Brooks. Therefore, this bitch is lying. Roy Rat, happy Halloween from Heidi, the Spidey, and Critter Friends. Check out more Critter vids on my channel. Up to 69 subs tonight. Giggity. Thank you, Mr. Rekieta and the Breadsticks. Rumble.com/user/ROIRATT. Jason of TGA. Pretty great that a shyster lawyer banned from YouTube gets more money here than some fat guy exiled to Mexico to avoid child support spent on the bus ticket. Damn. All right. Now, a couple more on Odyssey, and then we're done. Dick Trickle, just reminding you, Nick, since your Odyssey was linked to YouTube, it is not saving any of the stream VODs to your Odyssey channel. You need to take some action to make Odyssey stream save. I know. I just found this out today. Firefox, when are we getting the unredacted Troon doc on locals? Right now, everything's on pause. Money Belly says, notice me, senpai. Then also says, no donations without representation. We are not second-class citizens. Don't get ahead of yourself there. Firefox, only faggots don't use the corpse of Nick's channel as their own personal ATM sex doll. They better pose with it like those U.S. soldiers did with the mass grave in the Gulf War, or whichever bullshit police action or whatever gay name they call it. Retro Gamer, people should take you getting removed from YouTube as a sign of playing ball only delay your takedown, not prevent it. Go to alt tech platform or get fucked by big media. Right. And I don't know how people miss this. I knew that. I've been saying that I'm on borrowed time on YouTube, that I know they're going to come down for it. Like, I don't know that was coming. So, but you do what you do. And you build where you can. And so far, the transition is good. I mean, my new vagina is still leaking, but it will forever. Pus and blood. AKA Dante Hunter says the result of 69by9.net is a great website for knowing those who are working against you. Tony says, fuck YouTube. Incinerate. Yo, did you hear that Elon Musk commented about having intentions of undoing every permanent suspension on Twitter? If this is true, you and Destiny should tag team Mock Lucas to hell and back. Oh, I mean, that you have no idea how much fun I would have with that. That'd be really fucking funny. Amplify the Signal says drinking game. Every objection, take a drink. Chris says pronouns in bio reflect an authoritarian worldview. Sadomasochist, Lamau, this ghetto lawyering is hilarious. Also, sorry to hear about the YouTube fucking you over. Thanks, buddy. Glowing one, I object. This witness is unbreaded. Says Price 92. Please pray for the jurors. May God have mercy on these poor brain cells that are about to be lost due to this case. Shanks Tom, imagine getting a fucking participation trophy, speech, and pep talk from the judge in your fucking murder trial. Baldo Gagger, oh my God, the judge is jerking him off. What the fuck? The judge commends the guy so that he continues with good behavior in the future. Retro Gamer 19, go ahead and say Binger, Nick. After being trapped in YouTube jail for so long, you deserve this. Don't worry, I'm giving you the N-word pass. It's just not something I really ever say. It's happened for sure as a joke from time to time, but I tend to not very often. Says Price says, I'd love to see the Matt Harris defend himself in this trial and unbread the juror with the most Matthew C. Harris way possible. Says Price 92. There's an audiobook on the death sentences by Matthew C. Harris, and Rekieta is not the reader. Bullshit. Really? Who did it? Baldo Gagger 4000. Nick, can you please quickly explain the sex magic Pope hat for the new viewers, please? This Pope hat actually comes from someone who used it in ritual sex magic. And I'm sure my head has AIDS. And as you can expect with ritual sex magic, from what I've heard, the participants are fucking horrifying. Vela says, why wasn't Crowder there though? I'm assuming anti-Semitism. No, I think he's away, physically away he's doing a live show, a live comedy show somewhere, something like that. Goyim Defender says, hail Pope Nick. Next, gay Phalenal shirt guy 69 says, we're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Do I? A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Got to make you understand. Never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. Never going to run around and desert you. And then Fractured 01 sent a donut. And then 8-Bit Templar, it's tough to follow you on here because of how objectively inferior Rumble's app is to YouTube's. Hope they improve it because it's one of the biggest hindrances to their success. It's getting better every day. They're making improvements constantly, and we'll see where it goes. But again, most important thing, follow me on Locals. It's really easy to follow on there. You get notifications, and I post them before I go streaming anywhere that I'm streaming, and try to post them before I get on guest appearances too. So, all right, there we go, guys. That's the show for tonight. I'll play the outro. Amazing. 10,000 people are still watching even after the chats are read. Very, very cool. Looking forward to many more shows here with you guys. Tell your friends. Sign up your mom. We'll talk to you soon. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore and Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dutty to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law